Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Thursday, June 8th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ORION-NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got NHL Stanley Cup Final action. Game number 3. Vegas leads the series 2-0. And we got the Vegas Golden Knights versus the Florida Panthers. They're finally at home and a must-win game on their home ice. And we're going to get the puck drop here in just a few minutes. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day. And let's go over some of the photos that I have prepped for y'all. And we'll start here. And I wanted to do something a little bit different, obviously, for it being in Florida. And I had another just arena background for like the Panthers and they're inside the arena. But I was like, you know what? Let's do something a little bit more colorful and bright, a little Florida vibe. And I definitely came across this one, and I really like that background drop. So that one actually turned out really, really good. And we already know, eyes on the prize. Vegas looks like the Denver Nuggets, like it's almost inevitable that they are going to win it all. And, does the Miami Heat and the Florida Panthers have any shot? Yeah, they have a shot to kind of hang around, but they might be limited to winning only 1 or 2 games. And I'm not sure if it's going to go 7 games. It doesn't really feel like it, but you never know. But it all starts tonight. And if you can end up getting this game 3 win at home, and even if you only win by 1 and you win 4-3, 3-2, that's a start. Then if you can end up winning game 4 at home and you even the series up, then we actually have a series. But even if that does happen, realistically, Vegas would win game 5, maybe Panthers win game 6 or lose there. And then game 7, definitely, if it goes that far for whatever miracle, I can't see in any scenario Florida beating Vegas in their home ice, in their building, in a game 7 environment. I just, based on how they played in game 1 and game 2, just utter domination at home, 5-2 in game 1, game 2, 7-2. So this is really going to be big. I felt like Florida has been aggressive, but it's been like little brother versus big brother. So we'll see how it kind of plays out, but very interesting as we're moving forward. Let's go over to some of the photos that I got here today. Captain Jack Eichel, I see you. He's in the middle of pretty much everything. Someone that's actually probably been a little bit better than him evenly, with more goal scoring and is very involved. Jonathan Marchessault. So I would not be shocked if he gets involved early and often. Alec Martinez. Alex Pietrangelo. Brad Howden. William Karlsson, and I guess, it's kind of, hit or miss with him. Sometimes he's going to end up going off for 2 or 3 goals. Other games, a little quiet, maybe assist, maybe assist or 2, but he's not going to necessarily score every game, but he was on a little bit of a heater early on. Probably, obviously, more of a heater before we actually got here to the Stanley Cup. Ivan Barbashev, Keegan Colasar, Mark Stone, Nicolas Waugh, Riley Smith, William Carrier, Zach Whitecloud. I feel like I have the whole fucking team on here, but like I said, they are so deep. Some maybe streams you'll have maybe a few guys, maybe like 4 or 5, and then like the goalies and whatnot. But with this team, they are deep, deep, deep. Goalies, I see you. And they're led by one of their studs that's really emerged in this playoffs, Aiden Hill. Let's go, baby. Stanley Cup Game 3. What are we going to get tonight? And then we can't forget about Florida. These next 2 games are going to be critical, but this one is like must win, for their psyche. You don't want to get down 3-0 because then mentally you're already out of it and you already know you're going to lose. But if you go 2-1, and then you get down 3-1, yeah, it sucks, but anything is better than getting down 3-0. 3-0 is absolutely the worst thing that can happen to you. And even if you're lucky enough to go from 3-0 and force game 7, kind of like the Celtics, usually what will happen is you just run out of gas, and then you're going to be on the road in that game. And typically you lose, but sometimes you're at home and you still can't get it done. And we've seen what the Celtics that particular scenario happened to them. Matthew Tkachuk, you have to be better. You've taken a couple cheap shots. I feel like Vegas has gotten in your head. You've definitely, been out of character. Usually you're the guy at the very end to get those big assists and big goals to rally the team in overtime or right at the end of the third period. But lately, in these two games, 5-2, 7-2, you've been pushed around. You've been a little cheap. You've been a little dirty. I like you. Right? I'm rooting for underdogs to be able to at least stretch the series out to 6 or 7 or potentially win. But I'm not sure if Florida is on the same level with Vegas, but we will find out if they can win these two games at home. It'll at least give some fans a little belief that it's not going to be a sweep, which we could get, or maybe Vegas in 5. Same thing with the Denver Nuggets. Miami won game 2, but they killed them at home in game 3. So that one could be over in 5 games. Denver Nuggets 4-1 over the Heat. And we could have this be a 4-1 or even a sweep because that's how good the Vegas Golden Knights have been. Carter Vergay. Got to step up. Got to step up. Sam Bennett. Eric Stahl. Anthony Duclair. And Sergei Bobrovsky going in when we had the Final Four. He looked like he was probably the best one. But it shows you can really look average or below average like Jake Ottinger from the Dallas Stars. You were looking at the Final Four, and Frederick Anderson and Sergei Bobrovsky on the East look a little bit better than what we had on the West, right? But then you're starting to see that Adin Hill is a little bit better than people anticipated. And, when you end up playing a team like Vegas, they make even great goalies look like amateurs. So we will see how he does at home, and maybe Sergei can be better than Adin Hill in the offense, and they can feed off the energy in the crowd. And obviously the crowd knows, this is it. This is, must-see TV, backs against the wall. You have to win this game to at least go to 2-1 to have any chance of not only extending the series or, even giving yourself a chance to even maybe get it to 6 or 7. Let's go, baby. Sarah in the building. What's good? How are you? Hopefully we'll get a good crowd tonight. Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. Let's go. All right, let's see when they're going to get this started up here. And not a whole lot going on right now besides just baseball and hockey and whatnot. So, but I didn't really see anything that was really worth doing on the baseball side that would have been available. So I think obviously we know with the matchup with the Mets and the Braves, I knew that one was going to be good because we did that one yesterday. And right now it's Mets 5, Braves 3 with Verlander and Spencer Strider going at it. That would have been good. But I just didn't have the time for that. And then it would have been maybe like Cubs Angels, and that would have been on in another hour and a half. But I figured, Stanley Cup, we got to keep it moving. So, all right, let's go. And like I said, hopefully we get notifications out. Hopefully people will come through and show some love. And I hope we end up having a good game. I hope it ends up not being one of those things where we end up having a blowout. But obviously if Florida blows them out, that would probably be shocking, but good for their psyche and good for their confidence. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to go check up on Paisley here in just a sec. All right, Stanley Cup Finals, baby. Let's go. And Vegas has definitely looked very, very dominant. I still feel that Florida can win a game or two, but again, they've been bullied in game 1 and game 2, and sometimes that happens when you're on the road. So this will be really the test, to see, is Vegas like the Denver Nuggets, or is Florida got a little bit more juice and magic left than the Miami Heat? But let alone Miami Heat already won a game. Florida hasn't won yet. So we'll have to kind of see what we're looking at, but it definitely doesn't look like both underdogs are going to win. And in reality, both favorites, and both of the top seeds look like they should win, and it's their championship to lose. It's the Nuggets championship to lose and the Vegas Golden Knights championship to lose, and I really don't see either one dropping the ball, or in this case, dropping the puck. Let's go, baby. Daniel in the building. What's good? Let's go. Kachuk, you got to be the man tonight. We need the energy. And at least I know the crowd will be going crazy. They know they're in not a good situation. They're an underdog. Hell, they would want to be able to believe that they were a little bit better than what they showed in game 1 and game 2. But sometimes you just get fucking obliterated on the road. It just happens. And you're playing a great team, right? So we have to see, can you match that energy from the crowd from Vegas? And obviously, Sergei Bobrovsky has to play better than Adin Hill in the next 2 games to even give themselves a shot to think that they can win it all, or at least win a game or 2 and not get fucking embarrassed and not get swept, or lose 4-1. Must-win game tonight for Florida. Let's see if the energy from the crowd will match what the players do on the ice. And I'm kind of hoping that Florida wins, so that way we at least have somewhat of a series. Because if Vegas wins and they blow them out again, like 6-2, 7-2, there's a good chance for a sweep. Maybe they'll be able to climb out of it in game 4. But when you get down mentally 3-0, you're pretty much fucked. So hopefully they end up bringing the magic tonight. All right, looks like we're going to get started here in just a second. Let's get everything set up here. I'm just taking a look at some of the stats. Wow. Florida's penalty minutes compared to Vegas's. 589 to 998. My goodness. Shorthanded goals, Vegas 10, Florida 6. That's just everything in their favor. We got to see what we're going to get here. Ooh, Dan Marino. Definitely a vibe in Florida, and then Messi coming to the MLS, which is pretty wild and crazy. So I know that the team that he went to, I think, had 1 million followers on like Instagram, and then a couple hours after Messi signed, their account went to 5 million. So obviously the power of Messi or Ronaldo is very clear, and it's one of those things you usually don't see, like a player as good as Messi or Ronaldo in MLS when they can be in these other leagues that they've obviously dominated for quite some time. Here we go, Florida. But it is a little intriguing. I'm not really huge on football, soccer, but I mean, hell, there's going to be a little bit of excitement with Messi, with that team. And, if there ends up being some type of matchup where it's on TV and, there's not a whole lot on, or, it looks like it could be decent. Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually watching Messi in the MLS and just seeing, obviously we know he hasn't, lost any skills or really lost too much of a step. Him and Ronaldo are still fantastic. So kind of interested to see on how that all plays out and how that shakes out as well. All right, baby, let's go. Kachuk, show me something. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Sergei, you look like you were the best out of the 4 goalies when we had the Final Four in the East and the West Final. But again, even Jake Ottinger, has a lot of potential for the Stars, but he looked like shit in a couple games where he gave up 3 goals in the first period. And I never thought in like my wildest dreams that Sergei would look like Ottinger even on the road. I thought that, that there would be a chance that maybe that they could steal one of the first 2 games on the road and they could keep that magic alive, but maybe too many days off and that Uncle Mo and that momentum disappeared. But again, it's very clear who the better teams are in the NBA Finals and in the NHL Stanley Cup. we always like the Cinderella stories and underdogs, but it looks like maybe Cinderella, won't be able to have that shoe fit for the whole night. And I'm just hoping for pride that each team that loses wins at least 2, but I don't know. We'll have to kind of wait and see. Miami Heat has 1 win. Will they get another? I don't know. Could be a 4-1 game type of series. And this is must win for Florida. Vegas is playing with house money. So if they fucking lose, it's not really that big of a deal. Starting lineups right now. Oh, okay. I got some of them. Bang. Let's go. Oh, I got all of them, baby. Let's go. William Carrier. Nicholas Wah. Boom. Your boy. Prepared dog. Oh, yeah. Aiden Hill. Very impressed. Very, very impressed. And this might not be the, only Stanley Cup Vegas gets in the next 5 to 10 years. It's very possible that they add a few more to that. At least maybe one more in the next 5 to 10 years. They seem like, this is not the end of a run. This is just obviously the beginning of not only their franchise, but something really special. Panthers. Lomberg. Let's go. Lundell. They got to bring that energy tonight. Mark Stahl. We got the beard to match. Sam Reinhard. I really like the Stanley Cup patch on those jerseys. Like, hockey jerseys are pretty dope. Lots of patches. Brendan Montour. Big patch there on the front. Patches on the arms, and that Stanley Cup patch looks nice. Let's go. Let's go. You got to be the man tonight. That's the only way they're going to win, is if you dominate tonight. Sergei Bobrovsky. Let's go. Must-win game. Period. And like I said, even if, you get your ass kicked, you want to be able to at least hold your own. Getting swept is not acceptable. 1 game sucks, but it's better than none. And typically you want to go for 2, at least if you can, but that's easier said than done. That's cool. They got a military person there in the wheelchair rocking the jersey. World War II veteran. I'm ready. I am ready. I'm taking a look at see what we got going on Friday. Looking on the MLB schedule to see what we got. Dodgers and Phillies at 4:05. Mariners and Angels, but it's on fucking Apple TV. But if I can end up getting that squared away, that's what we'll do tomorrow is Mariners Angels. Man, they're really dragging this out. I thought this was already going to start at like 5:15-ish. It says 5, but then usually it's like 5:15, 5:20. But I guess it's the first game at home for Florida, so they want to treat it like the same way when they had the first game for Vegas. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I love meaningful games, regardless if you follow the sport heavy or just a little bit and you're an occasional watcher. I mean, it's almost impossible not to, get into the end, of whatever sport we're talking about. Super Bowl, World Series, Stanley Cup, NBA Finals, and obviously some are going to be better than others. But it's always good when you have meaningful games where it's, not just a regular season. This is for everything. Let's go. And we'll definitely see if they're going to bring the energy and they can match the crowd. The crowd is going to have to help them a lot. And I love the towels. Look at this. This is awesome. And this is exactly what you need to do. Match what Vegas did in the building. Now, don't get too pouty, being down 2-0. You kind of expected it. You were hoping that it was going to be 1-1, but you didn't get it. You got your ass kicked twice. Now let's just take care of business at home, and then we can make it a series. And that might be asking too much for them to win 2 games in a row after Vegas beat their ass. But, this is a very, very key game, and it's must win. Let's see what they do tonight. Come on, baby. Come on, Sergey. Show me something. You're at home now, but it still might not matter. Vegas is so good. All right, here we go. Let's go. There we go. I like it. Let's go Panthers right out of the gates. That's good. You got to be able to get the fans up to speed, regardless if they're a little faded and drunk or not. They need to give all they got, because this, you lose this game, you may not even win a game, let alone you're not going to be able to compete in the series down 3-0 mentally. You're just done. Ooh. And Florida definitely needs to be more on the offensive as well. Easier said than done. Vegas is the better team, but they need to be able to have way more shots on goal and good quality shots on goal as well. Just never had enough opportunities to get enough going. But Vegas's players are so big. 6'4" for Aiden Hill. Defenseman, 6'2" to 6'6". That's tough. And player for player, they have more people that can score goals on the roster. But hopefully Florida's crowd can, ease them in. Vegas leads the series 2-0, and they were very dominant in the first 2 games. Game 1 was 5-2. Game 2 was 7-2. I hope we don't get something like that tonight. Definitely want it to be close. Ooh! That was a big hit in Game 2. Air in the building. What's good? Just grinding it out, man, like every day. How are you, man? I got a chance to take Paisley down by the river again to kind of clear my head. Got some exercise in, even though the shin splints in my legs fucking hurt. Grinded it out, and I'm just here grinding and watching Stanley Cup Game 3. How are you doing, brother? Yeah. Based off just the company itself. Yeah, I don't know. I'm used to, sometimes we'll end up having a good amount of people, and other times I don't know. For me, nothing surprises me anymore. I mean, hell, I could be grinding on here fucking and have a bunch of people or no one. So I just have to keep grinding. You know what I mean? Did they have like an outage out there or something? 17:05 left in the first period, so knotted up at 0. Oh, really? That's what must be shitty for them, especially if they wanted to watch it like locally. But I assume it's on TNT across the board. I'm not really sure how that works for Florida if they have it like, they have their own channel, like a local channel that does their games. Like we have Root Sports over here for Mariners and Kraken, so I imagine they have something like that over there. That's tough. That'd be terrible too, especially like you're trying to watch Game 3 and you can't. I guess unless you do like links or something. Yeah, usually with links, they can watch it on, links and whatnot. A lot of the links, for streaming for baseball are not really there anymore, but usually for like NBA, NFL, and NHL is usually not an issue. But I guess if those people, know about those or not, that live in Florida or places that have outages. 16 minutes left in the first period. We're knotted up at 0. Crowd is decent energy right now. Oh, there we go. Boom. That's what I needed. Bang. Nice goal there for Florida. I just was like, come on, you got to be able to get it moving, and getting a goal in that first period just to get the crowd into it. There we go. Gustav for Sling. Let's go. Nice job, Florida. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. There we go, baby. Brandon Montour. There we go. Now the crowd, as I was going to say, the crowd started to get a little quiet and they were getting a little complacent. You got to be, going crazy the whole way. Nice job. Got to get a good one at Brandon here. Nice job. 4:08 in. Brendan Montour goal with a wrister. 1-0 Florida. Let's go. I'm happy that they didn't just roll over, and this is a must-win game for them. They have to bring that energy. And it is possible that they can tie up the series. It's not crazy to think that, I mean, in the first two games you got really dominated, but, you know, maybe it's a home ice thing. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I definitely want this to be a series. I mean, if we could somehow get this to go like 7 games, that would be so fucking incredible. Because I know we're not going to get that in the Nuggets and the Heat. That one is more likely going to be a big hit. That one will probably that one would probably be another big hit. That was dirty. That was dirty. What was that, cross-checking? Damn, he got him right in the face, too, to Tkachuk. Right in the mouth. Boom! Big check by Kolasar. Wow. Let's go, baby. All right, Brandon. Nice job. 1-0 Florida right out of the gates. I love it. All right, let's take a look at some of the stats while we're at the commercial break. Nothing too crazy early on, but I like the energy that we're getting out of Florida at home. No pity party. You know, they still got their eyes on the prize. They know it's going to be almost impossible to do. But again, winning the next 2 games puts them in a very good position, at least, you know, moving forward. That way, you know, game 5, Vegas, game 6, Florida. And then if you can get it to 7, who knows? I mean, Vegas would be heavily, heavily favored, like 90%. But there's always crazy shit that happens in sports. So shots on goal, Florida 3, Vegas 1. We got hits, Vegas 3, Florida 0. Faceoffs 1, Florida 3, Vegas 2. And then penalty minutes with that minor 2 minutes on Vegas. So, and then Brandon Montour, 4:08 in. I see you. 1-0 Florida, assisted by Matthew Tkachuk and Eric Stahl. Let's go. It's exactly what you wanted to see. You know, getting a goal or 2 in the first period. I mean, regardless of Vegas scores as well, but just to set the tone and keep the energy high in the building. So. Ooh, big hit right there. Big hit on Tkachuk. Well, stick right up into the face. Wow. Oh, it's all good. Now, hopefully I can figure out the Apple TV tomorrow thing so that way I can do the Mariner game tomorrow. All right, Florida power play here, 2 minutes, and there's a good chance that, you know, maybe not this power play, but if they can get maybe one more in the first period, you know, it is possible that they could cash in and get a 2-0 lead, and that'll be crucial and critical for them. You know, hopefully Florida can get to like 4 or 5 goals today. You know, they've been capping out at 2 in each game on the road. They got to get 3 to 5 if possible. Of course, you know, 5 to 7 would be fantastic, but I don't think you're going to get that on Aiden Hill. Sarah with $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Every dollar counts. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $1 holla. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. Let me know what you want to see for photo during the commercial break, and I got you. 99 to go, and hopefully we can get there. Things have been pretty challenging, to say the least, but hopefully we can get some people to come through and hang out with us tonight, and we can get to our a decent number tonight as well. Ooh. One more minute left in the power play, and I appreciate you. Anthony Richardson. Okay, I got you. All right, 40 seconds left in the power play. Come on, Florida. Yeah, and with me, like with the Nuggets and the Heat and Florida and Vegas, I don't really care who wins out of the four. I just want to see competitiveness, and I just hope that we can get like the series to go deeper. But when you're so dominant as the number one team, a lot of times you're just not going to be able to even let that other team get to game 6 or 7 because you're that fucking good. Kolasar fucking smacked him. Kachuk is like, I got to go to the locker room, motherfucker. Well, he's been a little cheap and a little dirty. I like him and whatnot, but a cheap shot in game 1, you know, it just seems like he's been out of his element, and they need him on the ice. They need him out there to be productive for them to win. You know, he's been the hero up until the Stanley Cup at the very end of games and in overtime. You know, he's been the hero multiple times. It was just kind of weird to see him lose his cool, but I get it. You know, everything is on the line, but they kind of baited him, and then he made some bad decisions as well. Come on. Verhaeghe needs to get going too. 1-0 Florida, 11:50 left in the first period. Good energy from the crowd, just like when we had good energy from game 1 from Vegas. This is the first game at home for Florida. And like I said, about 5 minutes in, they started to kind of get quiet, settle down, you know, and not really cheering, not waving the towels. And that's when they got their goal to get that energy back up, which is exactly what they needed. I mean, I don't expect the fans to be cheering out the top of their lungs and waving a towel around for the whole first period, but I mean, this is a must-win game. They have to act like it. Puck out of play. And hopefully Kachuk will be okay. That'll definitely decide, you know, as we go into the second and third period based on, you know, how many different line shifts that we have and how many minutes that he'll play, but I imagine he'll be back out there. He's a tough guy. And Sergei's got to have a big night tonight. You got to outplay Aiden Hill. You got dominated for 5 goals in game 1 and 7 goals in game 2, even though you did get pulled, but still, you know what I mean. So hopefully, you know, he can end up playing a little bit better. But again, Vegas has got so many players that can go for goals and big assists that it's going to be very tough. But if they can feed off that momentum and that crowd, that could be the difference. Here we go. Florida Panthers goal. Brandon Montour, assisted by Matthew Kachuk and Eric Stahl. 1-0 Florida. And it definitely looks like Florida is in better position than they were in game 1 and game 2. I don't know if they were necessarily in awe of the moment, but it's probably a little shocking when you have your best player in Sergei Bobrovsky just look like shit in the first 2 games. You know, it's probably doesn't help with their psyche, but they know he's good. Just Vegas was on a roll. They were on a heater at home. It happens. Yeah, well, they don't really need him, you know, honestly. You know, it's like kind of took plays off and, you know, wasn't really giving you the same type of production as some of the others. Still a valuable piece when healthy for sure. But, you know, a lot of the times these guys, you know, are going to go for the money. And it's like he's already won Super Bowls and stuff. So it's not like, you know, we're getting chippy. I mean, I don't know how many more decent years Frank Clark has left anyways. And they've been drafting guys on the lines like Carl Laftis, so they'll be fine. I don't think they'll really need them. I mean, the main concern for the Chiefs is can they win without their OC anymore? You know, first it was can you win without Tyreek? They proved that they could. But what about Bieniemy? Can you win without Bieniemy there? That'll be the next test. So All right, let me get you some Anthony Richardson here real quick.
Speaking of cycles, Mary's period is due to start in 3 days. How do they know so much about us? You're all sharing health data without realizing it. That's how I know about Kevin's rash. Who's next? Wait, what's that in your hand? No, stop! You're not fun.
I'm going to check up on Paisley here in a second. Yeah, and remember, if you guys end up, being a bad team this year, even with Richardson there, and you end up getting a top 10 pick again, it actually will probably be more of a blessing to be bad this year than be closer to 500. Like if you can end up winning, like 4 to 8 games somewhere in there, even though you want to win 10 or more, but sometimes you need better pieces. And if you end up getting like one of the best wide receivers in the draft, or a couple of them next year, if you end up being, you have injuries or just, shit happens, in the division, not necessarily Richardson's going to be a bust, but it could end up being a blessing if you end up being a top 10, pick with Tampa and a few others, and then you can keep stacking chips and give him more weapons moving forward. But I am intrigued to see what he can do. But the roster is definitely not where it needs to be for you guys to be very competitive yet, but hopefully you guys are on the right track. I saw that. I know he's been teasing the Miami Dolphins and whatnot, so we'll see where Dalvin Cook ends up. I don't think Cook is cooked. I think he still has some, gas in the tank. There is injuries with him, so it's not like you can really count on him playing a full season every year, but definitely in the right squad, in the right team, could be kind of special. Dalvin Cook in Miami would be interesting, but then you got to be able to decide at some point, is Tua going to be the guy, or is he going to get concussed again and then he's just going to have to retire, or they're going to have to move on from him? Because I feel like they need someone better than Tua if you really want to be a true competitor, like get to an AFC championship game. If you're going to be going against Burrow and Herbert and, Josh Allen and Mahomes, you need, I think, a better quarterback. I don't think he's terrible, but unless like you end up having one of the best offensive lines and then the defense ends up being like top 5, top 10, that can hide some of his mistakes. But I just don't know the durability and health. But I'll tell you what, Dalvin Cook in Miami would look pretty nice. Yeah, you saw a picture of them or something? Oh, good save by Aiden Hill. I mean, I'd take Dalvin Cook, on Tampa. I always thought that would be kind of a good pick, from where he went to school and, has ties, obviously to Florida, but going to the Dolphins would be much better than going to Tampa because our team's going to suck. We don't have a good quarterback. We're trying to lose. We're trying to get our future guy. So, he's not going to sign with Tampa, but, if he wants to go back home towards Florida, kind of close to the, high school, college stomping grounds and all that, then we'll see. We'll see where he ends up. The team that could probably use him the most, honestly, would be like the Buffalo Bills. Because if the Buffalo Bills got Dalvin Cook, that could be the difference between you beating the Chiefs and beating some of the other teams or not. I mean, they still need defense, but Dalvin Cook would be the first, like, 3-down back that the Bills have actually had with Josh Allen. And that could end up being the difference between maybe getting past the Chiefs or not, So, and they're a contender, but it just depends on if he wants to go, to the weather and the girls and the partying and the nightlife. Obviously going to Buffalo is not the same as going to the Miami Dolphins in Miami. So obviously sometimes that's a decision. It's like stay in Kansas City, and win Super Bowls for my legacy, or go party and be in the nice weather in Miami. So. V-Man in the building. What's good? AFC quarterback rankings. Well, we're not in the NFL season right now, so I haven't really thought of it a whole lot at the moment. But I mean, if I'm going to, go based off who I like and who I trust, I would probably go Mahomes 1. I'd probably go Burrow 2 because I think I can trust him. He doesn't force errors as much as Josh Allen. Josh Allen is more popular probably, and he's got the arm and whatnot, but he throws more picks, and I think his decision-making isn't as good, but he's a fantastic player. He'll probably be in the Hall of Fame with Mahomes and Burrow as well, but I'll go Mahomes, Burrow, Josh Allen, and then probably Herbert, and then obviously there's a few others that you could sprinkle in there as well, but I would say those would be probably my top 4. I mean, I'm an Oregon guy, and I could be biased and be like, oh, Herbert number 1, but I'm not a fucking idiot, But I think Herbert's skill set is very good. He could be right there with Josh Allen and Burrow. It's just that they need, a good offensive line, a good defense, and they need a good OC and a good coach. And Herbert really hasn't had that. It's like you got really good players, but he needs to be like coached up, and the defense needs to be better, and they need to have a better play caller, in my opinion. Like Burrow and Allen and Mahomes have got that benefit where they got a little bit more. It's like, yeah, I know you got Keenan Allen and Eckler, and Mike Williams, but all these motherfuckers get hurt all the time, and then their defense has names, but they always get hurt. And the coach fucking stinks. Whether it's Anthony Lynn or Staley, they're garbage. They're not good. That's my opinion. Yeah, but I know a lot of people would probably put Josh Allen, at 2 or whatever, but I don't believe just hype. It's like they've been hyping the Bills all this time, and I said it every year. If you don't get a running back, a 3-down back, you're never going to be able to get past the Chiefs or the Bengals or these other teams. And on top of their defense isn't that good. They're like kind of hyped as like a good defense, but when we actually watch them, they're really not that good. So they're kind of overrated. They get a lot more love for being like this good defensive team, and they really aren't. So they have to make, some adjustments there. And there's still a team that's great that can win 11 to 15 games, but the bottom line is when it gets to the playoffs, you're probably not going to be able to beat the Chiefs or the Bengals, or, you might be able to beat everyone else, but those are the two that, you're kind of stuck on. 1-0 Florida, 5:56 left in the first period. Yeah, but I'm ready for the NFL season for sure. NFL season, college football, I'll be doing a lot, and then we'll see, if I can get my other program to function correctly. I might even go back to doing some reaction videos. I know a lot of people like me doing those and whatnot, but just depends on the program if it'll work properly, and then maybe we'll tap into that because I know I'll be able to get subs, off that alone. People like, going through and giving my 2 cents, obviously, how I would call the highlight package. Nice save. There goes Sergey. Nice save. Got 1 second left on the Vegas power play. But I'm really, really happy that, Vegas didn't just punch, Florida in the mouth and then they were up like 2-3-0. Because if that would have happened, everyone would have just been so uninterested for the second and third period. You're down 3-0. At that point, you're just like, well, we'll try to at least not get swept, but there's no hope to even think about even winning or even getting to a game 6 or 7. But somehow, some way, if they crowd can they can feed off this energy and they can win these next 2 games, it's not likely that they win it all, because Vegas would have game 5 and game 7 at home, but you never know. But you just got to be able to get this one first. This is the must-win game. And then obviously being 2-2 is much better than 3-1. And I don't think that if you got down 3-1 against Vegas, you'd come back. It's just too much to come back from. So, and I don't think I'm the only one to think that either. And if you're just hopping in, or if you didn't hear what happened, obviously we have our first goal at 4:08 in the first period. Brandon Montour, assisted by Matthew Tkachuk and Eric Stahl, 1-0 Panthers.
Davis brains out. Snag it. Get away from her.
Know our feelings. Rated R. When we were a motorized bicycle, you said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race.
All right, take a quick look at the stats. What do we got going on here? All right, team stats as we're through the commercial break. Let's take a peek. All right, so shots on goal, Florida 4, Vegas 2. Big hits, Vegas 6, Florida 1. Face-offs 1, Vegas 7, Florida 6. And they both have 2 minors, 2 minutes each for penalty minutes.
Save time and money with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. What you do afterwards is up to you.
Oh, I was actually just thinking I would take a nap. I'm tired. Okay.
Welcome back to the NHL on TNT. We might have to call it the new baby bump for Brandon Montour. He had done 10 games without recording a point heading into tonight. A huge goal for the Florida Panthers off the stick of the defenseman, and it comes on the heels of he and his wife welcoming baby Kai to the family, his first child. And what a journey it was. His wife went into labor during game 1. He caught a flight immediately after the game. He was in Florida by 6:30 a.m. and his son Kai arrived by noon. By the way, guys, I reached out to Florida PR for an update on Matthew Tkachuk. No word yet.
No word on Tkachuk yet. Well, I guess it's kind of karma then, you know. If you're going to cheap shot a guy in game 1 and, you know, do some questionable things in game 2, it's not like Vegas is going to forget about it, even though they are up 2-0 and they've been very dominant as big brother. They keep the receipts. They're not going to forget. So. I just went to the bedroom. I saw Paisley's head underneath the covers pop out. So she's chilling, waiting for me. Oh. Cross check. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Carrier. Was on Carrier? Oh. Broken stick across the guy's chest. Shit.
If he did, Jonesy, you would assume he would not have engaged like that, but yeah, especially when you know the referees watching it closely.
For real. Goats, where are you? I've got a 4-on-4.
Okay, so you got driven from behind, and that's okay, but you're up 1-0, you're down 2 games to nothing. It's just not a good penalty. I know it ended up evening out, which is fine. Teams here for a shot. You're watching the Stanley Cup final on TNT.
Delayed penalty. Nice save.
It's a long way from your own net. It never was. Take penalties there in the offense's own clips. White Cloud with his foot. And the referee right there to make the call. That easy call. Not a great angle, too, by the way, by Duclair, but you heard Anson talking about Anthony.
4-on-3 now.
This opens up the door here for Vegas in a 4-on-3 situation. 3 forwards over here. Steinfeld, Marchessault, Stone, along with St. Theodore. 4 skaters on the 3. No shots on their first. There's Eichel.
4 minutes left in the first period. Vegas has got a 4-on-3. Good opportunity for them to tie it up here. Oh, and there it is. Wow. Wow. Lightning strike.
It's all about the face-off that started this guy. Stone in perfect position. A set play by the Vegas Golden Knights. Eichel's just going to bump the puck over to him. There's Stone to move it softly back to the point and establish body position in front of the net. And then the interchange in between
Ooh.
Theodore and Marchessault, and the soft hands by Mark Stone in front of the net. He's all by himself, and there you see, right off the backhand, no chance for Bobrovsky. And another bad penalty comes back to fight the Florida Panthers. Yeah, really two of them, right? That's all. The penalty was already.
Big goal from Mark Stone. 1-1. We're knotted up. All right, 3:38 left, 4-on-4. Assisted by Shea Theodore. Mark Stone, 16:03 in the first period. 1-1. We're knotted up. Yeah. Oh! Good save. The hit Disney cartoon. I did hear something on the Root Sports talking about, the matchup that we had against you guys, and something about that league, the lower league, and then the matchup. I don't know how many. Is it the final now, which is the final two teams for like the affiliates of the Kraken and some of these other teams and whatnot? .235 left in the first period.
You see the strength, and now he's got a puck here. He's got a chance to take it right to the net and tries to make the pass. And Chandler Stevenson with a beautiful defensive plan from our AT&T 5G net cam. You see Aiden Hill at his vantage point. Good hustle there by Stevenson to be back. That's a forward. Helping out his defense.
A reminder, we've not seen Matthew Cook for quite some time. Only 3 ships. A minute 57 seconds.
A big hit from Keaton Bolasar.
Cook picked up an assist on the Florida goal. Scored by Montour.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah. Nice save. 2:02 left in the first period. And what are the affiliates for those two teams?
Good solid clean check. Chuck went to the bench and then eventually went out for a shift on the power play and then exited right after that. And has not returned. Not that Paul Maurice dearly needs him.
Rubber was Kachuk away the big open ice hit on Eichel. In the second period in game 2.
Keegan Bolasar had a huge hit earlier in his playoffs in Winnipeg against Adam Lowry. It was the first shift of the game for both players, and that really set the tone for Vegas. And that fourth line having an impact again here tonight.
Here's Robbie Skip. Unable to get it through to Mario. Set up the boards and out by Goods. Kawhi, Theodore. And 25 remaining in period 1. The shot is 5-4. Favor Florida.
Got about a minute to go in the first period. Knotted up at 1.
Cup into the stands.
Oh, I see. Ooh, 8-5 Mets.
What a runner it's been for Florida Panthers. Down 3-1 to Boston in round one. Came back to win that series in 7. Montour redirect. Back to the right. Wade Hill.
Stall, where they got a piece of it, set face off, broken up on a power play. Goal by Stone. This one was right off the face off as well. And Eric Stahl circled the wagons, got to the front of the net. When the face off to dictate the terms. Helped by Cousins. Looking for the single. Stahl, yeah, it missed. But so one way to generate and create is off a face off win. First 10 minutes, and then Florida couldn't ask for a better start.
All right, 31 seconds to go before we get into the intermission.
It's a 1-1 game.
No, bodies hitting the floor. 2 Florida players hit the deck. Uh-oh. Good save. Wow, that could have been a goal. They definitely got lucky there. All right, end of the first period. We're knotted up at 1. Good first period.
There's that rolling pocket. Yeah, that's exactly what Stevenson was doing. Trying to make the pass, and then the right pad of Bobrovsky. Does not allow that pass to go stick to stick.
There's Montour, he opened the scoring, then Stone for the power play goal. Watch the service report. Coming up, they're getting ready. Liam Fritz.
8 regular season titles, 18 divisional, 24 conference, 11 Calder Cups, and they've been around, wow, since 32. Holy shit, that's crazy.
Okay, gang, thumbs down. Item 1, we have too many streaming subscriptions, and they're starting
And so for the Kraken, this is obviously the affiliate to them, and first season, and they've made it all the way to the final. Wow, that's nuts. I'm pretty sure I heard something like that. That's what they were talking about, that they were going to actually air some of it on the Root Sports. So I was pretty sure it was the final that they were talking about, but I didn't know if it was like from yesterday, it was like a previous old statement, or if it was something coming up. But I might have to watch a little bit. And then when they end up doing I don't know anything about the Calder Cup because I've never watched it. So how does that work? Is it still like best of 7? How does that work?
ID lamp and all electric ID Ford. It's the little things. It's a VW.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers. It's definitely real food. We always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best box that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Three states, they play.
Yeah. Kind of thought I had the aisle, but
Popcorn, bundle and save. Nuts and popcorn and savings. Just like bundling your home car with Kyle.
yeah, that's hot nuts are like home insurance. I get it.
The Gecko explained it pretty clearly.
Whoa, I know you.
Yeah, hi.
The guy who helped me bundle my home and car is great. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it.
Probably thought you were something else.
Okay.
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
The Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. Earn 2% cash back on what you want, like a vintage turntable.
Best of 5 until the conference finals. Then it's best of 7. Oh, okay. How many teams are in the league? I'm always looking to learn, something new every day. I'm not going to know everything on every, league or intermediate league or, AAA or like WHL, like when we have for the Portland Winterhawks and whatnot. So, And when does the game start? When is it?
Right? I'm hearing the new Google Pixel is really great. And it comes with AT&T's best deals on all of them.
This one looks nice.
But that's a house favorite. And it serves with your choice of plans. Thank you.
There's got to be a catch.
No catch. And no trade-in required either.
Oh, how do you know all this?
I come here a lot. Love the service.
At AT&T, new and existing customers can choose any Google Pixel with your choice.
I'm going to take a quick peek at the stats, and then we'll have a little intermission here. All right, let's take a quick peek. All right, so shots on goal, Vegas 6, Florida 5. Big hits, Vegas 9, Florida 3. Faceoffs 1, Florida 11, Vegas 10. And penalty minutes, Florida 6, Vegas 4. So it was nice for them to at least get that first goal to get the crowd into it. Vegas is obviously very good, so they ended up matching it up. And we're knotted up at 1. I'm going to go grab something to eat here real quick from the kitchen, and then we'll be back here, obviously, for second period in just a couple minutes. Okay, that's what I figured. I didn't want to sound like an idiot, but I did, I figured there was one for every team, but all right, let's see what we got. If there's any other sports or anything going on that I can watch in the meantime while these guys talk. Like, do I have an option for anything on MLB Network? There's got to be something on MLB Network right now. All right, let's go there. Well, who's playing? All right, what do we got? Blue Jays 3, Astros 2.
I want it to be automated strike zone, full strike zone, but I think you need to change the way the strike zone is called, right? Like a rectangle. Like, so those balls in the corner, you can't get to, you can't hit those balls. Right. Like, you can have a slider.
Ooh, 9-5 Mets. Damn, they're raking. Oh, it's tonight. Oh, in 53 minutes. Wow. Who's going to win? Obviously, it would more than likely be the Bears, or does Firebirds actually have a shot? 3-0 Yankees. I'm going to go grab something from the kitchen. Check up on Paisley real quick.
Which I like too. I like the challenge system where you get the big miss. Like, that call right there, ball didn't like that call. You can challenge it, see that it's a strike. You know what I'm saying? And the challenge system is so fast that I think that you should get 1 in that bat or 1 in inning, not 3 a game. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that. I'm with you on that because I've seen how fast it is.
It's so
like, people think, oh no, we're not trying to do something to slow the game down again. No. My thing is, I want it to be right.
So then you go for ABS then.
By the way, ABS automatic.
Yes,
right. Actually, I would probably be for the challenge system just because
you don't want it right all the time, man.
I want it right. I want it right on the big calls only because I feel like umpires feel like there's some a type of threat in place if you're completely taking them out of the picture, and you do have a lot of people who love the authenticity of having an umpire behind the plate and loving the human element, and I respect all of that, and I don't want to take nothing away from the true feel of what the game feels like when you're watching the game. I understand they probably don't feel the same way because they just hear it in the ear and they're making the call.
But you know my relationship with umpires. Right. You've seen my relationship with umpires. So if I know that the strike zone is the strike zone and this is right, I don't have to deal with these guys. You know what I'm saying?
All right, Paisley's still snugging underneath the covers, so.
My whole career, since I was 9 years old, I've been arguing with umpires. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know that
Yeah, I would assume so. Who had the better record? Who's got home ice? Hershey?
And I'm watching what you're calling. I'm taking that into my mind when I'm watching the play. And then if you call the exact pitch that I just saw you call the ball,
Dude, I hate this when they have these guys like talking and stuff. Like, I don't want to hear you guys fucking talking. Just let me actually watch the game. All right, MLB Network is getting turned off. I can't do it.
He throws something 3 inches off the plate, but we're at
All right, looks like I don't have anything else. I'll just have to watch the intermission.
And the umpire's feeling that energy, and he's.
That's the recipe right there. Get to the middle, get screens, kind of what they've been doing to forward on Bob, right? They have to get in front and look for that middle of the ice.
They found their legs, they found their confidence, but we don't have an update on Matthew Tkachuk. We don't know if he's going to return. You mentioned what needs to be said in the locker room. On the other side of things, if you're Vegas, how do you take it?
Yeah, hopefully Tkachuk comes back. That could be the difference.
Love the position that you're in. I mean, Gretz, we were watching the period.
Oh, Bears have home ice.
I think Etzel mentioned it as well too. That Vegas is in a good position, even though they're down 1-0, they're in a good position because they're being outplayed. Now the game is tied 1-1. The fellas in that room must be pumped, Gretz.
Well, you know what they're saying on their side. Look, we didn't play well the first 15 minutes. That's the best they threw at us, so we're still standing. It's 1-1, right where you want to be, game 3, on the road. So they're happy with how the outcome was after the first period.
To have the ability to make them pay on the power play there. That's the difference in the series so far. Being able to really cash in on the power play, and at the same time their penalty kill for Vegas been extremely good.
Right.
So if we talked about special teams going into this game, Florida needs to find a way here to win the special teams game.
Power play looked a little better, you'd have to say. Still over 8 on the power play in the final.
Yeah, not ideal, but you got to take the positive.
I'm going to take a look at the scores that we got here on the MLB side. Wish they would just show the game instead of having like that 3-person panel. All right, we got Blue Jays 3, Astros 2, Guardians 8, Red Sox 2, Mets 9, Braves 6. Wow, I need to look at the box score in that. Take a quick peek here. All right, what did Verlander do? I know he's not been that good this year. Only 3 Ks for Verlander. How many did Strider have? Strider had 8. Ooh, okay. Riley homered. Nimmo homered. A lot of action. Alvarez homered. Ozuna homered. Wow. All right, we got a couple minutes before we get started back into the second period. Just going through some news to see if there's anything newsworthy. Not really. Kind of a slow day today, sport-wise.
More shopping? You should watch your spending, honey. I'm saving with Liberty Mutual Loan. They customize your car insurance. You only pay for what you need. Check it out. You could save $700 just by switching. Ooh, I'll look into that. Let me put a reminder on my phone. Save $700. Pick up Dad from airport.
Anything you guys want to see photo-wise, just holler. Like I said, got plenty of time to kill while we're waiting for intermissions to end.
What are we doing? Thankfully, someone is doing something about it. Taco Tuesday!
It's pretty simple. I kind of just want things the way I want.
I want a network that won't let me down. Even up here. With an unlimited plan that's truly right for me. With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want. And only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan. Introducing My Plan from Verizon, the first and only plan where you pick your perks and save on every one, so you get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. Switch now and get it all, starting at $25 when you bring your own phones, because it's your Verizon.
Are you ready?
Ready. Let's go.
What are you doing? Our kids are going to want to see this. You in?
The Flash. Only Peter Street succeed.
At Involved Credit Union, we believe our community is made stronger.
I think we got a couple commercials, and we'll be right back to action.
Dreams that grow tall, strong, empowered by the banking, lending, and savings tools you need to improve your life, your family, your community. Because the biggest dreams grow from the deepest roots. Come join us at Involved Credit Union, rooted here since 1957. Wake up,
48-17, and
Accept the hours of
Bears went 44-9. Wow, really? Who's got the better goalie between the two?
This is the next level back. Our next level you. My circadian rhythm is kicking your circadian rhythm.
It's not a competition.
I know. But I'm still winning.
So it is a competition. The Queen Sleep Number C2 Smart Bed is now only $8.99. Save $200 plus 48-month financing on all beds. Shop now on Sleep Number.
20 minutes into Sidney Clemens into Game 3 Stanley Cup Final. It's Mark Stone, 8-goal postseason. His team 6-0 when he scores a goal during this playoff run. Always celebrates like it's a big moment, and it was.
Damn, 26-7 at home. Birds have home ice. Website was wrong. Okay. So then they actually have a shot then. Especially if they're that good at home, but wow. But that would be crazy. Has anyone ever won it in their inaugural season in that particular conference and whatnot? I'm not sure if you would know that. I mean, you'd probably would have to maybe look that up or whatnot, but
I was having relationship issues with my old bank. Next to no interest, the fees, it was just take. So I broke up with that banking. I moved to
have you been watching like Calder Cup stuff since you were a kid, or is this something that you just started watching within the last like 5 to 10 years?
Get up to 4.20% APY, pay no account fees, and up to $2 million in FDIC insurance. Download the SoFi app and earn up to $250 when you set up direct deposit. SoFi, get your money right.
Please. How do you say that? Take your load back. With Scott's Turf Builder Terrific Action. It gets 3 jobs done at once. Kills weeds, prevents cap gas, and keeps it growing strong.
Get a bag of Scott's Triple Action today. It's guaranteed.
Feed it, no. Feed it.
Twisted Tea fans love the lake.
So we're surprising them with a Twisted Tea drop. It's time to turn up your summertime fun.
$1.
With Twisted Tea.
Let's get to a hundo.
Twisted Tea is
Hopefully we get some people to come through.
It goes down smooth with 5% alcohol. And Twisted Tea tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real blue tea. Twisted Tea hard iced tea. Keep it twisted. This or that. This or that. Do this. Do and do that. Do this. Do and do that.
Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Get started today at Angie.com.
Let me be direct. You're doing TV wrong.
Really?
The TV provider was good enough. Now what? You'll talk? You call this watching sports, Dan? You decide that. So much in life is a
And when are you going?
Number one customer satisfaction.
What are the dates?
Never is. Now, get out of here. Guarantee a low price for 2 years. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to get a $200 reward card.
We are always in motion. Getting this, fixing that, arriving to destinations in
Oh, wow.
and around the globe. Sometimes it's beautiful. Sometimes it's a blur. Because life never stops. You need someone you can trust to go right along with you.
And then as far as that, like the AAA of like, baseball guys get called up and go down, like how often do people from this particular league move up, into like the Kraken, for example, like if they were going to end up, getting one of these guys that's having a great year there, like how long is it just something that they, have to bring someone down to bring someone up, or how does that work?
Doing gets it done. Wells Fargo, the bank of doing.
This Saturday, the more you buy, the more you save at More Furniture. Visit your local showroom this weekend for a very limited time offer. Get free white glove delivery when you choose from hundreds of in-stock and on-sale items throughout our store. This weekend is the best time to buy as we extend additional savings on our already low prices. Quality and value are always in style, and More Furniture has everything and set up this Saturday. Visit your local War Furniture where everyone buys furniture for less.
All right, looks like we're about to get started here in the second period. We're knotted up at 1. Let's go over the quick stats before we hop into the second period. Shots on goal, Vegas with 6, Florida with 5. Big hits, Vegas with 9, Florida with 3. Face-offs 1, Florida 11, Vegas 10, and penalty minutes pretty even. Florida with 6, Vegas with 2 minors with 4. Let's go. Game 1 was 5-2 Golden Knights at home. Game 2, 7-2 Golden Knights at home. Let's see if Florida can end up winning this must-win game. Billy Kay. All right, second period underway. Let's go. And Tkachuk left in the first period. I like him, but like I said, it's a little bit of karma from, what he did in game 1 and game 2. Vegas kept the receipts and blasted his ass. So, and I don't know if they can win without him, honestly. Like, not the series itself, but like this game. Tripping. Man, I got 8 up by bugs today. But I guess that river spot is nice. Sometimes you got to do some sacrificing to get down there. 19:36 left. Florida power play, 2 minutes. William Carrier with a minor. All right, Florida, here's your opportunity. William Carrier tripping against Colin White. And I feel the crowd is kind of like, they came out with a lot of energy in the first 5 minutes and started to get kind of quiet. And, it was, I was getting a little nervous there, but then they ended up getting that first goal. Energy was picked back up pretty much for a majority of that first period. And hopefully they can get a goal within the first 10 minutes in the second period to kind of keep that energy high because they're going to need it. Taking advantage of the power plays will be crucial too. $18:40 left in the second period. Crowd is pretty flat right now. It's just a matter of Vegas getting a goal or two and the game already being over. Crowd has to be very energetic throughout this whole game. It's must win. You go down 3-0, you're done. Good defense there by Vegas. Game 2 out in 2 goals, 2 shots, 3 hits. What a game for him. All right, 20 seconds left with the power play. Florida didn't really have anything there. It's tough when you can't even take advantage when it's 5-on-4. Shot deflected wide left. 5 seconds left. All right, full strength. Oh, good save. Oh, I don't think that was intentional. Good save.
There's the best news for Florida Panthers fans. Chuck has made his way back out to the bench. Remains to be seen whether or not he jumps onto the ice or not, but he was standing up just prior to the last shift ending. It appeared like he was getting ready to pop over the boards.
Matthew Tkachuk in his first season with the Panthers is their leading scorer here in the postseason. 10 goals, 23 points, 3-game winners, including 2 overtime goals in the Eastern Conference Final against Carolina.
And to your point, Chelsea, he doesn't get out there in the next couple of rotations here. And that would be a clear message.
I don't know. That's why I'm kind of nervous, with you going on your trip and everything. Things have been kind of, that way in 2023. I really don't know what to think. I just kind of grind every day and just see what happens. But yeah, make sure you communicate with me and let me know, what the situation is based off what your, availability and everything. Because I don't think there's going to be anybody that's going to be as committed. So I might have to just do it on my own, I guess. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be someone that's going to be in here every day. Yeah, but it doesn't matter what I do, Like I said, I could do NBA Finals, I could do Stanley Cup, I could do baseball, unless I do something like if we just do like a freestyle stream and we do like NFL, even though there's nothing going on. But yeah, but regardless if you aren't into the particular event, you can still come and hang out and chat, and we can just go over different things, in life and other things that are going on. It doesn't have to be just the event itself. Nice save.
Still waiting to see if Matthew Tkachuk is going to hop on the ice here. And there he goes. Panther fans.
15:34 left in the second period. Oh, Tkachuk is back. Nice. I was wondering why they were cheering. Everyone stood up. There we go. Got some medical treatment. But don't be surprised if they go after him again. Like I said, he had a nice cheap shot where one of his teammates held the arms down of one of Vegas's players, and he's popped him really hard in the mouth, and then had a little questionable cheap shot in game 2. And I get it. You're getting your ass kicked. They're talking shit. You're talking shit. Things are getting chippy. But again, Vegas and any team, they're going to keep the receipts. They're not going to forget, and they will get you back. It's like in NASCAR, when you fucking wreck someone. You think they forgot about that shit? They may wait a couple races, and then you're going to fucking get wrecked. I mean, that's just how it goes. A lot of times they'll wreck you or try to get you back in that same race. So, I mean, you do something fucking suspect, you definitely will get punished. So, I mean, you're already at a huge disadvantage with Tkachuk in. When he's not in, then you're really behind the 8 ball. Ooh, look at that ref. Nice athleticism jumping over the players. That was awesome. Oh. Delayed penalty. Holding. Fuck. And like I said, the crowd hasn't really been able to get into it. They were into it for the first 5 minutes. Then the momentum started to go away. Luckily, they got that first goal. Then the energy picked up. But then in the last 10 minutes, it was flat again. And then obviously Vegas got their goal. And I just feel like they're not playing with urgency to me. It's like you're down 2-0. You got to be able to have the fans. If you're like the PA announcer, you should have already prepped everyone. If you're going to the game, you should already know that this is the season is on the line. Pride is on the line. If you don't want to get swept, you got to be able to bring that energy. And I don't expect any team to bring energy, period. But, I mean, hell, if you know that you lose this game and you go down 3-0, everything's done. And you have a really good chance of getting swept if you get down 3-0. Or maybe you win game 4, but then you lose game 5 on the road, and then Vegas wins 4-1, kind of like what the Nuggets will probably do to the Heat, winning 4-1. Or 4-2. Minute 30 left in the Vegas power play. Yeah, but the thing is even if I did just a freestyle stream for NFL, I don't even know if that would make necessarily a difference. You never know on a day-to-day basis, if people are going to show up or if you're going to get recommended, based off the event, But that makes it stressful, Nice save.
Excellent entry. Isn't able to complete the puck. And a little bit earlier, Michael to Stevenson. To Marchessault a little bit in front of him. And ended up hitting that puck after the follow through. Didn't get a lot on it. That was a well-designed looking play on the power play.
This continues for another 45 seconds. For the Vegas Golden Knights.
Yeah, because I mean, if I knew that if we did a freestyle stream every day instead of doing NBA finals or baseball or hockey, and we would get more people and more people would show up and more people would donate, then I would do that. But I don't know if there's anything that suggests that would be the case. I mean, if people just want to talk about the NFL fucking 24/7, 365 every day, even when there's nothing going on, I guess. But I mean, at some point when it's the off season, there's fucking nothing going on. Or there's very little going on. And then you're just reaching for storylines on fucking NFL Network or Good Morning Football, Aaron Rodgers ate a fucking bagel, big whoop. I don't give a shit, That's the type of shit that you get. 12:55 left in the second period. Almost time to take a peek at the stat line. That's 10, Braves 6. Women's College World Series Championship, Oklahoma 2, Florida State 1, top of the 6th. Oh. We're getting chippy. I'm not sure if Florida is playing to win tonight. It doesn't feel like it. All right, what do we got? We got shots on goal, Vegas 13, Florida 5. Hits, Vegas 9, Florida 5. I mean, just the energy from Florida, only 5 shots on goal. We're already halfway through the second period. 5 hits. 13 faceoffs won. Like, you're letting Vegas beat you in everything. You're tied up for minutes, and I mean, if it continues like this, Florida's not going to win this game. But at least they got Kachuk back. But
we built her when our daughter moved out so we could keep our family plan and save money.
With US Cellular, you don't need a fourth line to get the best deal. It's just $29.99 per line for 1, 2, or 3 lines.
I guess we don't need a fourth line anymore.
Now with US Cellular, it's just $29.99 per line, plus every plan is price protected. US Cellular, built for us.
Wake up, achievers. You're making the most of every hour of your life, except the hours that you're sleeping. So why do we leave so much untapped potential on the table? This is the next level bet, or next level you.
My circadian rhythm is kicking the circadian rhythm.
It's not a competition.
I know. But I'm still winning.
So it is a competition. The Queen Sleep Number C2 Smart Bet is now only $8.99. Save $200 plus 48-month financing on all bets. Shop now with Sleep Number.
Power play coming for Florida. Brady McNabb in the box, but back at the other end. Radko Gudas, no stick. Advantageous situation for Vegas. Watch this puck. It's coming up. And then right before it gets to Brett Howden, it kicks out and takes a fortunate foul. Watch this. Vegas is
oh, wow, look at that.
takes a bad bounce. And now all of a sudden Florida's off to the races. And now that allows Duclair to get the chance against the great call by the official. So a fortunate bounce, a whole bounce.
All right, Florida power play.
The man advantage here.
That'll take them to the 10-minute mark.
Panthers 0 for 2. So power play goals in the series. 9 attempts. Here's Montour after the Panthers goal tonight. Markov. After Chuck in the back off his feet. Reinhardt needs to play the puck. Broken up by Hayes. Makes by Dennis. Carlson. Carlson comes away with the puck and clears. Penalty killers on the ice for the Golden Knights in a 1-1 game.
Minute 20 left in the power play. We're knotted up at 1. Vegas leads the series 2-0. It's pretty much, even though Florida scored first, it just kind of feels like if you didn't know any better, that this is like a home game for Vegas. I don't really feel the energy from the crowd. I don't feel the urgency. They've been getting outplayed, outworked, outmuscled, outcoached. I mean, they were really out of position in game 1 and game 2, but I expected that being on the road. But I was thinking that they would come out with a little bit more energy and swagger. But I guess when you get your ass beat twice, 5-2, 7-2, maybe the swagger disappeared because they know they have no shot to win it all now. But hell, losing, in 6 games is better than getting swept. I mean, you got to look at it that way too. Good pass. Oh, ooh. Oh, good defense there. It's always good when you have a couple of those extra guys in front, just log jam everything right there. And even with that being said, sometimes we get those sneaky goals to go through. All right, full strength now. Less than 10 minutes to go. We're halfway through the second period. We're still knotted up at 1. And Florida needs a goal bad to be able to get the crowd back into it and be able to feed off that momentum. Oh! I feel like Aiden Hill has improved every game. It's like, I saw the potential and then just kept getting a little bit better and better. And obviously when Vegas controls the puck so much, sometimes it's not like you have as many opportunities for the big saves, but that's not necessarily the case. A lot of times he'll have just as many opportunities of shots on goal that he has to protect for his team. So, oh, uh-oh, 1-on-1. Ooh. Oh, big hit. Here we go. Got a little momentum here. 8:30 to go in the second period. Good pass. Hand-eye coordination for Aiden Hill, very good. Much better than I ever anticipated. Oh. $7:55 to go. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh, Bobrovsky lost a stick. Oh, shit. Out of play. There we go. Crowd's a little bit back into it now. I mean, obviously a big save can do that. Big energy, big defense. You'll get the energy going, obviously, off goals, but when things are kind of at a standstill, big saves can do it as well. Yeah, they're definitely they're gunning for Kachuk like the whole time. Yeah, great save. All right. Any updates on anything on sports through baseball or anything else? Feel free to comment that in the chat if there's anything. I'm just kind of taking a peek myself, but not a whole lot going on. Broncos added a Chiefs defensive end, Frank Clark. Yeah, Frank Clark is kind of getting old. Depending on how much money we're talking, they might have overpaid. Let's look to see what it is. Could be worth up to $7.5 million, including $5.5 million base salary that is guaranteed. He's going to turn 30. Third most sacks in NFL history in the postseason, which is pretty surprising. Willie McGinnis, 16. Bruce Smith, 14.5. Frank Clark, 13.5 since sacks became official in 1982. So it looks like, obviously, in the postseason, that's where we see the best Frank Clark. But during the regular season, sometimes it feels like he kind of takes plays off and he gets injured quite a bit. So proceed with caution. And then, they had Gregory, Broncos acquisition, and then 5 years, $70 million, and then week 4 knee injury, and he played in only 6 games, had 2 sacks because they obviously overpaid for him. And Seattle probably should have hung on to him. But again, if that would have happened, then he wouldn't have won any Super Bowls with the Chiefs. So it worked out for him. 3-time Pro Bowler, 58.5 sacks, 14 forced fumbles in his career. $7:25 left in the second period. We're still knotted up at 1. We had a little dead zone for energy there for about 8-9 minutes, but a couple nice saves, got the crowd into it now. We're ready. When's the next goal going to happen? Is it going to be now, or are we going to have to wait till the third period? 7 minutes to go. Oh, good save. Oh, what a save. Unbelievable. 6:50 to go. They got lucky there. Hand-eye coordination for Bobrovsky is pretty phenomenal too. Ooh, big hit. Come on, Verhaeghe. Verhaeghe doesn't have done shit yet. Needs to get going. Come on, Carter. Oh, offside. Chippy. Bob.
He actually moves his puck himself, and Holland is there, but Jonesy just not able to throw those hands up towards the crossbar. Look at his legs right there. Outstanding job. The splits on full display.
Second period, 6:30 left. We're still knotted up at 1. We'll go over the stats here in just a moment. It's been pretty heavy Vegas, even though Florida scored the first goal with about 4 minutes in the first period. But since then, its momentum has felt. It's been in Vegas's favor. Crowd hasn't really helped Florida out too much, too, in this must-win game. Shots on goal, Vegas 16, Florida 10. Big hits, Vegas 13, Florida 5. Faceoffs 1, Vegas 17, Florida 15. And penalty minutes are knotted up with 8 apiece. So it's like the stat line is almost like as if Vegas is at home. Like you got to be able to win the shots on goal, the hits, and the faceoffs 1, or at least be a little bit closer than what you are. Not how you want to come out with your first game at home in the Stanley Cup. Uh-oh, another penalty.
It's going to be out to Harkov.
Uh-oh. Interference. Oh, why did he do that, idiot? Come on. Right in front of him, too. Yeah, I should look at the standings. I haven't looked at the I mean, I usually look at them every day, but I haven't looked at it today. All right, let's take a look at the standings. All right, Tampa Bay Rays 46-19, Baltimore Orioles 38-24, Yankees 36-27 in third place. In the Central, Twins are in first with a 31-32 record. Nobody's even above 500 in that division. That's crazy. And then in the West, Rangers are the real deal this year. 40 wins, 21 losses in first place in the West. Astros 36-27. Angels in third, 33-30, and my lonely Mariners in the fourth place position, 30-31. We've been getting roughed up, that's for sure. And we're probably not going to make the playoffs this year, and that's just being real. National League, the Braves have to be the favorite in the National League overall, 37-24. They should make it to the World Series or NLCS, NLDS at the very least. Marlins are having a pretty good season, 35-28, second place in the East. In the Central, you got the Brew Crew. The Milwaukee Brewers, 34-29, good for them. Second place, the Pittsburgh Pirates, 32-29. Like seeing Pittsburgh up there. And surprisingly, in the West, the Dodgers are not in first place. Arizona Diamondbacks are winning the division, believe it or not, over the teams like the Dodgers and Padres with a 37-25 record. But the Dodgers are only a half a game, 1.5 back, 36-27. So Diamondbacks probably won't be able to make it that way, the whole year. But it is possible that the Diamondbacks could get second place or third place in the West and maybe even make a wild card. It's possible. I mean, unless the Padres get hot at the right time. It's just crazy to see teams like the Diamondbacks, the Pirates, the Marlins, the Rangers, the Orioles, the Rays. It's kind of cool to be able to see these new teams do something. 5:40 left in the second period. Vegas power play with 1:50 left.
Watch Stone with the Vegas goal tonight. Our first period power play. Watch the show. Now Stone. Knocks up the boards. Eichel stays on his feet. Eichel.
Oh! Wow, he is so good. He has been so fucking money. If there's been an MVP so far of the Stanley Cup, you already know what it is. It's Jonathan Monchesol. Wow. I feel like, Florida's fans aren't really doing them any favors here. And then now there's a possibility of Vegas getting another quick one. And if they go up 3-1, this game is over. Yes, sir. He's scored in every matchup. Game 1, Game 2, and now Game 3. With a wrister. assisted by Captain Jack Eichel and Mark Stone. 2-1 Vegas. All right, Jonathan, I see you. Captain Jack, I see you. Mark Stone, I see you. That's the MVP so far. Wow. Taking advantage of those power plays. Yeah, you can tell a lot by body language and just like the vibe, not only with the players and the coaches, but the crowd. Definitely does not feel like a game 3. But again, it's like big brother, playing little brother. One team looks like varsity. The other team looks like a freshman team. Even though Florida, they went down 3-1 to the Bruins and they found a way to come back. And this is probably the toughest team they've played since that team. Because they ripped up Toronto and they ripped up Carolina. It was like easy for them. But this is another animal once you get to the Stanley Cup. 4:28 left in the second period. Vegas 2, Florida 1. And then I just don't know if Florida, like I said, in this must-win game, they're getting beaten almost every statistical category. I just don't feel like they want it. That it doesn't feel like this is must-win. It's just like they're kind of going through the motions. And it's like you got punched in the eye in game 1. You got punched in the gut in game 2. And now it's like you're just breathing heavy and that's it? Like, punch back, motherfucker. Like, give me some energy. And that's what they're doing right here. Here we go. Well, clearly they're the better team, but you would think if you're, at home, at least if you're halfway, decent, you win usually the games that you should win when you're at home. That's what separates great teams, contenders, and pretenders. You win the games at home that you're supposed to, but, clearly, if the other team is just, better, then they can fight that crowd emotion. But, it just, you already know what it's like in sports. When that road team ends up doing something good, a lot of times gets the crowd completely out of the matchup. And, they can try to get back into it, but mentally, when you see your team is down 3-0 in the first period, you're like, it's done. Like, even though, you could still probably get something, but you're not going to be able to catch up at that point. But there's still time. I mean, Florida needs to get back to how they were playing with like Toronto and Carolina, where they would get back-to-back goals within a minute 30 of each other. But again, goalie situation, the defenseman for Vegas being bigger, there's more length there. Their defense is better. They're more aggressive. They have more guys that can get shots on goal. They're just the deeper team. And maybe having those extended days off hurt Florida. The momentum just dried up, but even with let's say they started the Stanley Cup and let's say Florida only had a couple days off, like 3 instead of like 10, you're probably still going to get the same result as what we got so far. Cause we already know Vegas, they're like the Denver Nuggets and Florida is like the Miami Heat. There's some talent there and there's like, some potential, but what is the chances of the top dog just totally fucking up? It's like, I only feel like the only team that can beat Vegas is themselves. The only team that can beat the Nuggets is themselves. And that's based off injuries. Aiden Hill gets hurt or the Joker gets hurt. That's the only way you get back into the series, period. And I probably am not the only one that thinks that as well. 3:37 left in the second period. Uh-oh. Another penalty.
Pushing forward, and Martinez ties him up. Longberg goes down, and Florida gets a chance to recover here on the power play. Coming up. Martinez, Nick, I got caught. Yeah, it did. It ended up getting caught in the paraphernalia of Chandler Stevenson. It almost made like a limbo stick, right? That's exactly what it was.
All right, Florida power play here. This is a good opportunity. Like if there was a great opportunity to take advantage and tie it up before we go to the third period, to give yourself actually a shot to win in the third. I mean, they could still score early in the third period and be good to go, but obviously taking advantage of situations like this would be really clutch. but they haven't been able to capitalize on a power play at all. Nice save by Aiden Hill.
Chuck has the ability there. We've seen him score a couple of times where he takes that puck like that, and then he'll go through his own legs and then be able to shoot the puck and create. See that puck was still alive for a couple of moments.
3:16 left. Austin 3:16. Minute 42 left in the power play. Vegas 2, Florida 1. Vegas is up 2-0 in the series. It's do or die. All right, less than 3 minutes to go. Vegas still up 2-1. Minute 20 left in the power play. Man, I hope I get at least one decent shot in this power play. Give them an opportunity to at least let this series go as far as it possibly can, because it really does feel like the Nuggets are closing in on the Heat, and I don't even know if we're going to get it to 6 games or 7 for that matter. Oh, what a pass. That would have been sick if that would have went in. Good defense by Vegas. 15 seconds left in the power play. Vegas intercepts. Another power play wasted. All right, full strength, minute 35 to go. Uh-oh. Oh, good save. That was close.
Jonesy, the one thing I will say is that number one power play unit, but sometimes you can't get off the ice because you really got it on a string. I think they play way too long on a power play. Yeah, that unit plays like 98% on a power play, and Bennett was out there and he made the mistake, and all of a sudden here comes Stevenson. Just, you know, I guess just an observation from up top. And then they're pressing now as well, so they're spending even more.
All right, minute 24 to go. Less than a minute to go. Full strength now. 45 seconds. Delayed penalty. Was it slashing? Broken stick. Let's see this again. Oh, he broke his stick on purpose. Oh, shit. Chopped it right in half. Oh, damn.
Sometimes you get a stick that's got some good strength and it doesn't break, but just can't put yourself in that spot. I mean, you know what he's trying to do because he slides the bottom hand up the shaft of the stick.
Oh. And Vegas is definitely the better passing team as well. You see a lot of their goals. It's just beautifully assisted. All right, less than 20 seconds to go until we get into the second intermission. And Vegas has pretty much been in control besides the first 4 minutes. And they're the road team. Pretty wild. And there it is. End of the second period, 2-1, Vegas.
They got to correct the lack of discipline here for Florida Panthers if they want any chance, let alone to win this series, to win the cup, just to win the period.
Yeah, winning the cup is already out of the question for Florida. I'm going to go check up on Paisley here real quick. Anything you guys want to see photo-wise, obviously comment below, and we'll be able to pass the time. It could be anything past or present, hockey-wise, or it could be non-hockey. It doesn't matter. I'm going to go check up on my pup, and I'll be back here in a second.
I think I was like 10, maybe. Our team came in second. I wouldn't accept the second place trophy. I didn't want second place. I didn't want it. I was in tears, crying. My coach told me, you won't have success if you can't handle failure. That's big. Not just for hitting, for anything in life.
I won't be waiting some unfinished business. Good luck. You have to have a pretty compelling pitch. I feel it. It terrifies me.
Did you stop right at me?
I thought you were going to catch it. It's beautiful. This is not the first all-electric car. That's because no BMW sees the road until it's reached the ultimate standard, our own. A standard that demands every BMW feels exactly like a BMW should. Unparalleled performance and precision handling made possible by electric engineering. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine? Take advantage of financing as low as 2.99% and a $2,000 credit. It's pretty simple. I kind of just want things the way I want.
I want a network that won't let me down, even up here. With an unlimited plan that's truly right for me. With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge. My plan. Introducing My Plan from Verizon, the first and only plan where you pick your perks and save on every one, so you get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. Switch now and get it all, starting at $25 when you bring your own phones, because it's your Verizon. Your house is lovely.
Thank you. I need to introduce you to someone. They was telling me how Geico makes it easy to save on homeowners insurance, so I was thinking.
Hello, old friend.
So you have that.
Years ago, we both had big dreams about saving people money on their homeowners insurance.
Yeah. Look at us now.
Your house is lovely.
Yeah, just sit down.
Okay, nobody heard you.
Okay.
I did hear you.
Geico makes it easy to save on homeowners insurance.
It's the 25th anniversary sale going on now at Gage Auto Sales. Over $5 billion worth of cars, trucks, and SUVs are in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Have a credit problem? Not at Gage. We've got on-the-spot financing. Have a trade-in? We'll offer you top dollar and get you back on the road with zero hassles. For 25 years, we've been the Northwest's favorite used car retailer. Come discover why. The 25th anniversary sale happening now at your Real Deal car dealer. Gage Auto Sales on McLaughlin in Milwaukee.
The Walker V23 mower sits really close to the ground, lowering its center of gravity and focusing its weight onto the drive tires for exceptionally good traction on uneven surfaces, and is really quick and nimble. It quickly gets into and out of tight landscape features, and it glides smoothly over turf. Contact your local dealer to learn more or to request a demo of the B23 on your lawn.
And welcome to the Discover Intermission Report. Welcome back to Sunrise, Florida. Golden Knights 2 wins away from hoisting the Stanley Cup, and they lead Game 3 2-1 after 2 periods of play. Back inside the arena, Lee McHugh, Wayne Gretzky, Paul Mazanet, Anson Carter, and Henrik Lundqvist. All right, Gretz. Here we go again. Discipline. Yeah, feels that way.
Record, isn't it? Listen, you know, it's hard to win the Stanley Cup, but it takes a lot of energy, a lot of hard work, and it takes discipline. And you can't be selfish. They're taking selfish penalties. They're beating themselves. And Vegas is playing smart. Don't get me wrong. Vegas is playing very, very well. Florida's beating themselves. Simple as that.
I mean, I'll just say this. I thought that Markov penalty was a little bit soft. If you're going to call that one, you're going to see the one at the Chuck perpetual later on. I just think overall, if you're going to call everything, you might as well call the one at the other end, and it leads to the go-ahead goal.
But you're gaining your reputation, right? They're earning their reputation right now. So anything close, the referees are going, well, they've done it all game long. Let's give them nothing.
Well, if you think I'm going to argue the Wayne Gretzky on national broadcast, you're out of your mind. We can move it along.
Hey, we all earn our reputations, Gretz. Everybody gets their own. But right now, it's one team is converting power plays, the other team is not. It's 6 for 15 on one side, and it is 0 for 11 for the Florida Panthers.
That's the biggest thing, especially here at home. You have to get something going on the power play.
All right, I'm back.
You can't have the other team going 40%.
I eat a little bit of pizza during intermission. Usually I don't even eat till the stream is over. So, all right, let's go into some photos. Nice, Mario. Let's do it.
It's almost impossible to win at this level. Such a good team they're facing. If they're gonna lose the special teams every game, it's gonna be too hard. And watching their power play, it feels like they're trying to thread the needle every time with this perfect play. They need to simplify it. They need more pucks to the net. They have an opportunity to shoot from the blue line, but they're waiting for that wide open shot. And you got to find a way to get it to the net.
And that's what Jonesy pointed it out. It's a one-trick pony. They seem to keep going with that low play where they're trying to thread the needle, as you mentioned, right to the slot. And about 90% of the time is being taken up by that first unit. So maybe try the second unit, give them a different look, because obviously it's not working with the top guys.
We were talking about this. What are you seeing when you see them on the ice on the power play floor?
Yeah, I think Henrik said it best. You got to simplify it. And once you get the puck to the middle, you get it to the net. Now good things happen. You've seen that so often. Get it to the middle, get it to net. It doesn't have to be pretty or perfect. Then things will start to open up. Then you can make
Oklahoma softball wins third straight national title. I didn't watch any of that, but that's the breaking news that just happened 2 minutes ago. Vegas 2, Florida 1. Without a period to go.
Made some really good saves versus Vegas, so that's the one good thing that he's keeping the game and giving him an opportunity to get back into this.
All right, Kachuk returns, but let's get to Bob. It's our Discover highlights. He's been rescuing this team throughout the postseason. What do you see tonight?
Well, I think in all 3 games so far in the finals here, he moves so well. A lot of times he's been made through screens and deflections. The only time I saw him on the first goal, he doesn't get his feet set. And that's usually his strength. So his motion keeps dragging him to his right, so he can't push back for that deflection.
Oh, I got an epic one.
Two motion moves. Here's the second period, where he starts pushing for more aggressive push.
It's a remake of an original. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you very, very much. Appreciate you, brother. Air Admiral, $15 dono. Thank you, man. Means a lot. I appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see for photos, and I got you. Whatever you want. $15 dono. My boy, I appreciate you. Stacks on stacks, Rex on Rex. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $15 dono. My boy, appreciate you. Thank you, bro.
30 shots. So, I mean, that's just not going to cut it for us.
That's the message. That's the strategy. What are you looking at in this period for Florida?
They're looking at the defenseman. I'm going back to the forwards.
Yeah, in this particular match, I don't know if we're gonna get anything from Florida in the third period. They just seem like fully outmatched, outclassed, outwitted, outcoached, out-hustled. Anything with out in front of it, they're pretty much doing. So I hope, but it doesn't feel like it. $16. Let's get to a hundo. See if I can find any other photos here until we wait, and we'll see what the Admiral has for us.
You're doing TV wrong. You thought that other TV provider was good enough. Now what? You talk? You call this watching sports, do you? You decide. So much in life is a compromise. But with #1 customer
One day more, huh?
DirecTV.
That's a long time off.
Now, get out of here.
Guarantee a low price for 2 years. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to get a $200 reward card. When we were a motorized bicycle, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One on a highway. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. It challenged
Old school jerseys are so dope.
what will we do next? The power of dreams.
You like that bone? I got a great price on it. Did you see my tail when that Chewy box showed up? Oh, I saw it. Sorry about the vase. Can we just say vase like normal people? Fine. I always wonder what it would be like to have a tail. Maybe you did one time. Maybe 1,000 years from now, I'll be tailless using that Chewy app to get you great presents on trees. I'm pretty sure it takes more than 1,000 years. Pets aren't just pets. They're more.
Oh, yeah. I love that. Obviously, that's exactly when I was playing the video games, and I'm familiar with all of those people. Lindstrom. Nice.
It's too expensive. Use price.
Colorado, Detroit, the Red Wings. All right, let's start. We'll start it off here. Patrick Waugh.
Meet the future. A chef, a designer, and an engineer. All learning to save and spend their money with Chase. The chef's cooking up first with her new debit card. The designer's eyeing sequences flat, while mom is eyeing the spending. Nice. And the engineer? She's taking control of her own account for college. 3 futures, all with Chase. Freedom for kids, control for parents. One bank for both. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really good one. I try to find a little bit, old, it just depends on what is available and whatnot. So what if Patrick Waugh had never asked for a trade from the Canadiens?
Live from the 2023 NHL Stanley Cup Final on TNT. You're watching the Discover Intermission Report. Discover, the official card of the NHL.
After 2 periods play, Golden Knights lead the Panthers 2-1. DraftKings Sportsbook odds to win the game. Vegas in their -440 odds. Florida plus 330. It is not too late. You go ahead, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use promo code SKATE. Give it $5 to win $200 instantly. Vegas 10-0 when leading after 2 periods.
Vegas 10-0. Jesus.
They've got the 1-goal advantage. Third period coming away right after this.
You come to us, the human territory, hunting us. You do not know the city, you will learn your ways. If you want to live here, have to rise.
We must protect the people.
Let's get it done.
Hit you with the Claude.
Now streaming on Max.
Arby's showed us a great weight when crafting its deluxe Wagyu steakhouse burger. And with great weight comes great responsibility to make irresponsibly huge burgers. Arby's, we have the meat.
Unique style. Cutting edge innovation. And thoughtful details. Inspired by you. From the brand that delivers amazing ownership experiences. This is the first ever all-electric RZ.
Kind of dope, Steve.
Is Lexus. Electrified. Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile.
Oh man, old school, dude. Anytime we can show, some of the goats from like the 80s and 90s. I mean, it's the best era. I mean, in every sport, like the jerseys, just to look at those type of names and see kind of where things are now. I mean, you still have greats now, but I feel like you had more greats collectively as a unit, like overall, and in certain eras more than others. Very clean.
We always say, son. Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
They only pay for what you need.
That's my boy.
Timu.
You make us proud, huh?
We just got a couple commercials before we get back. Chelios. Liberty.
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods.
Chelios.
And storage too.
Good one. Nicholas Lidstrom. Good names. Like, you don't even need to be like a hockey connoisseur, to remember some of those names back in that era. Really? And that's wild. Yeah. 80s or 90s. I mean, if you just even if, like I said, you could be younger, but just go back and look at history. But for a lot of people that are like 40 and up, it's like, we don't say these things just because we're hating on the younger generation. There's still amazing athletes that play and amazing wrestlers that are wrestling right now. It's not like we're denying that. But if you just look at collectively the legends and how many legends and Hall of Famers and all-time GOATs collectively from each team, even role players and jobbers were better back in the day. You had better supporting cast players, bench. It was just different. And I guess if you didn't live it, then you really don't know unless, you go back and You can watch some of the history and get caught up that way. But obviously living it was really the only way you fully, truly know. But yeah, I agree. All right, we're in the third period now. Let's go. Do or die for Florida. 10-9 Mets. 25 seconds left in the Vegas power play. Yeah, we should actually just start doing that anyways during the intermission, just doing like old school 80s and 90s players. Something just to pass the time, unless I have another like baseball game I can click over to or something. But I like looking at the old school history. And a lot of times it'll be something maybe I haven't seen before or I haven't seen it in a long time. Oh, good save. Sergey, huge save. And he's playing better tonight than he did in game 1 and game 2, which we knew he would since he's at home. But still, I mean, he gave up 5 and gave up 7. You're at 2 already. What will it end up with? Nice save, Aiden Hill.
So well with his head first, you can see him get in position and then just fight that shot off with his shoulder and manages to keep this game just a 1-goal deficit for the Panthers.
Yeah, I think my favorite one though out of all of them was the one that you liked too. That was, I'm pretty, I have to try to find the right pose and whatnot, but I think this one was out of all the old school one, that one's my favorite. Great picture too. Perfect pose. It's got the net in there too. Perfect. It's like the perfect photo. Detroit. Oh man. I don't know if you're going to ever be able to collectively get a bunch of legends like you had in that era though. Like if you just look at all the individuals that they had, I mean, to replicate some of those players, I don't know, man. That'd be very difficult. It's like trying to recreate the Bulls, in the 90s and it's like, I don't think people realize like how much Jordan and Pippen made the rest of those guys better. And they would actually end up, making big spots, the Jim Paxsons, John Paxson and BJ Armstrong, Jim was on the Blazers, John Paxson, and then BJ Armstrong, Horace Grant, Bill Cartwright, Stacey King, Luke Longley, besides obviously the second tier when they had like Rodman and Kukoc, Bill Wennington. A lot of those guys would have been nothing, if they would have went to another team, but obviously got really good basketball IQ from Pippen and Jordan, set them up nicely. 17-16 left in the third period. Vegas 2, Florida 1. Yeah, maybe they just won't make the playoffs this year like the Mariners. Maybe just we had to appreciate what we had last year, and maybe we got to wait a year and then see what happens next year. But again, we can still see what happens after the All-Star break. There usually is, an uptick in production, but I mean, we're already like a quarter to third way through the season, so you kind of already know how your team is. Yeah, I just don't feel the vibe from Florida. Usually, with underdogs, you can read body language and everything. And obviously hockey is unpredictable at times where you can end up getting 2 goals within like a minute 30. I know that, but I don't know. You just don't really feel like the urgency or that they, obviously winning the Stanley Cup is totally out of the question. At this point, it's just trying to win a game, let alone winning a period and like actually feeling good about yourself. Like that's how I feel it's gotten. That they're just overly outmatched and out-hustled, out-coached. And I don't know. I hope Florida can get 2 goals in this period and they win 3-2, but I don't know if that'll happen. It doesn't feel like it. Feels like Vegas will more than likely score at least 1 more goal in this. I mean, shit, if you can't do it at home, obviously you can't do it on the road. You got obliterated. So the only chance you had for the fans is if you could win game 3 and game 4, and then you'd still lose in 6 or 7 games. But at least it's like, okay, at least you're like kind of like Tampa Bay last year, where you knew they were good, but they weren't good enough to win it all. But they would win 2, and they did, even though the Avalanche were great. But the way that Florida's been playing, they're playing like, I don't even know if they can win a game. Like, they could easily get swept if somehow Vegas wins this 2-1 or 3-1. I mean, if they can't bring it this game, why are they going to bring it game 4? I mean, that's when you're going to wake up and be like, well, we don't want to get swept. We might as well try to win game 4 so we don't go down 4-0. But this one is feeling over to me. But we'll see. That's why we watch sports, and sometimes, history repeats itself, and sometimes it's meant to be broken. Nice save. Bobrovsky, I see you. And that was really the only chance that they had, is that if he outplayed Aiden Hill, and you just had to hope that Kachuk and Verhaeghe and Bennett and Stahl and Duclair and all the rest would match Vegas's goal scoring, which we knew that they probably couldn't. But then on top of that, if Sergei's struggling and all of the the goal scorers can't do their job, then there's zero chance. You're not going to be able to compete with a team like this. Not only do you have to be the better goalie, you have to hope and pray that guys like Kachuk and Verhaeghe can match, Captain Jack Eichel and Marchessault, and they're just not in the same playing field right now. And it doesn't help that they can't get anything on the fucking power play either, and they're getting dominated in every fucking stat line. Shots on goal, Vegas 21 on the road, Florida at home 14. Hits, Vegas 14, Florida at home, no energy, 7. Faceoffs 1 at home, Florida 20, on the road, Vegas 25. Penalty minutes, Vegas 10, Florida 12. Like, if you just would have read those numbers, you would assume the game is in Vegas. Why are you getting dominated on every fucking category, even at home? And then it shows that they're just not on the same level. Like, you were able to compete with everyone else and probably shouldn't even got past Boston, but you did. And, took care of the other 2 teams, but those other 2 teams were in nowhere near where Vegas is right now. 14 minutes to go. And obviously it would hurt losing the game 2-1 after getting your ass kicked, 5-2 and 7-2 in the first 2 games. But I mean, still, an L is an L. If anything, that would make it even hurt worse, because you knew you actually had a shot and you played kind of shitty and you only lost by a goal. It's like you didn't get blown out, 6-2 again. Like, Sergei played good, but just maybe not good enough. It's like goalie plays like pitching in baseball, and obviously like your main guys, like your centers and forwards, that's like, your hitters. You got to be able to get hits. You got to get on base, and I just don't see the urgency. But at least Sergei's doing better this game. He got embarrassed in those first 2. 13:38 left. Sergei Fedorov. He was awesome. I remember I played with a lot of these teams, with the rosters. I played with the Red Wings when I was a kid. And I remember I tried with Wah, on the Avalanche and whatnot, but Detroit, I mean, player for player with some of those names, it's like you've seen some of the guys that they had like on the Pittsburgh Penguins back in the day with like Lemieux and Yager, but like name after name after name, and it wasn't just like one guy carrying. It was, you had such good production for multiple. Oh, wow. Nice. Superior, Sergei.
Really great. And it comes with AT&T's best deals on all of them.
This one looks nice.
That's a house favorite. And it's served with your choice of plans. Thank you.
There's got to be a catch.
No catch and no trade required either.
Yeah, it's brutal. You know what I mean? Especially when it's like you don't really have to do a whole lot. And sometimes, you got to give the defense, the other team credit. But if you are like a really, really good player or Hall of Fame, sometimes you have to take the blame. You know what I mean? If you're really that good, right, you got to step up in the biggest moments. That's really what separates the best and the others, is how you play under pressure in the big games in the playoffs. Anyone can win a shitload of games in the regular season, but no one really remembers a lot of that. It's really what it comes down to. How are you doing in the AFC, NFC championship game when you get there? How are you playing? Wild card round and beyond. And if you do get to a Super Bowl, how did you play? Oh, really? Yeah, I think it's on my other. Oh, big save. Yeah, well, you already knew. I mean, it's like 65% of everything was going to Devontae. So obviously, he didn't trust anybody else, or it was harder for him to trust other guys besides Devontae. 13 minutes to go. And then finally we get some crowd chanting when now the game is like almost at the literally end. 12 minutes left and they finally start to chant. That's like, I don't think the fans realize how important they are to the success of, the players, the vibe. Delayed penalty. Hooking. Captain Jack, you got caught, brother. Florida power play, and this is a good opportunity for them. Like I said, if they can get one power play here, but the thing is like they're 0 for a billion. They can't even do anything when they end up having the power play, even when they get it. But if you can get one now, which they did, and then one more, with like 6 minutes to go or less, and they can take advantage, then that might be their last hope. It's ridiculous. I mean, you're only at 15 shots on goal at home. That's ridiculous. 7 hits? You haven't even won on the faceoffs at home? Like, you can't even feed off the crowd. Like, you just got knocked out twice, and then that's it. Like, and this is the, maybe it was a slap in the face. It's like you beat Boston, and then you took care of Toronto and Carolina so easily that maybe you thought it was going to be like that here, but it's like you're stepping in the ring with Prime Tyson. 12 minutes to go. But it definitely shows you depth matters in all sports. Size, length, width, and obviously, and just having the overall depth, player for player. How do you match up? And there's definitely more talented players on Vegas. Come on, Florida. It's like power plays don't even fucking matter. It's like you're almost worse when it's a power play. That's ridiculous. It's like 5-on-4, 5-on-3, and you like play worse than you do full strength. Fuck. And Vegas is clearly the better passing team too. They have such finesse. I feel like Florida, it's kind of just like, I don't know, it's kind of like street ball. Sometimes it's smooth, but other times it just feels like they're out there with no direction. Nice save. Yeah, you just got to give credit, though, where credit's due. They look like shit because we already know who the better team is. So, and when they did play, Boston, they did get down 3-1. It's not like they were, up 3-1 and they were shocking the world and then took care of the other teams. It's like they, were kind of getting dominated, in those first 4, and then they turned it around. All right, 5 seconds left, and we'll have full strength, which it didn't even matter. All right, full strength. 10:35 left in the third period. Vegas 2, Florida 1. Vegas is up 2-0 in the series. They've been getting dominated on every category that matters. Shots on goal, hits, and faceoffs won. Nice save by Bobrovsky.
Beautiful play. Outstanding. Bennett with a couple of chances on that last power play. McNabb with the save and a chance down the other end of the ice. Michael to Carlson. There's Bobrovsky again to squeeze it. No rebound. He's regained his form, Guilty, that we saw how he ended in round 3 against Carolina. Probably going to have to make a couple more spectacular saves as Florida presses to try to get the equalizer. They're going to give up some on-net rushes.
Bobrovsky allowed with 6 goals in 4 games in that Carolina series.
Have some ice maintenance here in the blue paint. Imagine if they use Bob's water bottle or if they got a rut in that blue paint. The officials go grab the water and do a little ice maintenance in the crease of Sergei Bobrovsky. Well, again, it's game 4 right here on TNT. Golden Knights, Panthers, and an if necessary fact in Vegas on Tuesday, June the 13th. You see the schedule. Couple of days in between, all the way through here. So lots of rests. Able to make the long flights cross country. There's something about
little ice maintenance.
this time of year. And something to keep an eye on if we do end up extending this series moving forward after first initial couple of games here at Sunrise.
Florida Panthers struck first. Vegas with a couple of power play goals.
Korea. Oh my gosh, you're just throwing out the names, dude. I can just throw in like NHL 94, NHL 95 on the Genesis and just be in pure heaven. You know. And I remember when I was a kid too, I would, I would just play with, different teams and just kind of, try out each one and see which ones I liked and whatnot. But obviously you could tell, what were the powerhouse teams back then. All right, come on, Florida, urgency. But I thought Florida would have a better chance to get it to 6 or 7 than the Miami Heat. But clearly both of these teams, are like, going to get swept or like maybe win one game. Like it's more like the other team is that fucking good. Golden Knights and the Denver Nuggets. It's just, I don't see either series. Even I like series to be competitive. I love series that go 6. I really, really love 7-game series, but again, you have to have 2 balanced teams, and we're not getting the balance in this Stanley Cup final, and we definitely aren't getting the balance on the Nuggets and Heat. Now, if it was Nuggets and the Milwaukee Bucks, yeah, we would have an even series. And if it was Vegas and Boston, maybe that's a little bit more even. But we didn't get that. Sometimes those underdogs, they find the right way to get hot at the right time with Uncle Mo. That momentum. Come on, Florida. Oh, it's right there. Golly. Nice. Oh, wow. Really? Damn. That was a crazy comeback. Well, it looks like all went to shit after Verlander and Spencer Strider went out. That's nuts. Great save. Yeah, I think so. I mean, when Uncle Mo it starts rolling, though, it could be for a couple plays, a quarter, a full game, sometimes multiple games. He just moves in. Starts eating your fucking chips and sitting on your couch. But I honestly felt like if they had a little time off, like 2 or 3 days, or what they had, like 10 days plus, I think the same result. It's not like Florida was going to ever come into Vegas and win, let alone 2 games, but 1. Just not down. They're just not built on that level.
And taste swap the recipe is the name people trust. Sorry, are we talking about apples now or insurance?
Yeah, Schrager. He loves watching. He loves watching on the burner. Yeah. And like I said, the only way that they were going to have any type of chance is 2 things needed to happen. Their offensive players would need to match Vegas's, and that was going to be a very tough task to do. And Sergey would have to really outplay Aiden Hill, throughout the whole series. And most people thought that probably wouldn't happen either. So if it was one of those 2 things, then maybe, it would be a little bit better of a chance. But clearly Florida and the Miami Heat are just not it. But at least the Heat, they got their first win. So regardless of what anyone says, I mean, the Jimmy Butler story is cool. It's like whether you like him or not, it's, from being homeless to see where he is now, and obviously all the different teams that he's been on. And I like Bam Adebayo. It's just, they just don't have that big, like Giannis type of player to match up to the Joker. And again, it's like the Joker's already won a couple MVPs, and this could be the beginning of a dynasty for the Nuggets, like a kind of baby Spurs type of vibe. And, that's the only team that would obviously play defense and rebound as well. And that kind of gets scary because, I mean, if you really think about it, if Denver keeps making the finals, who's going to actually beat them? Obviously people in the West are going to have a hard time keeping up as long as they don't have injuries. And then if you're in the East, you have Embiid or Giannis, or the Celtics don't have that big guy. What are they going to do? Fucking Al Horford and Robert Williams? That fucking ain't going to work. So it's like really, Milwaukee, if they stay healthy and they can add pieces and they don't lose Drew Holiday, Milwaukee and Denver could be the 2 teams that kind of, cash in on some chips here, because it seems like those are teams that could have longevity. And I don't really like Boston's coach with Missoula, and Sixers have a garbage bench and they don't have a good enough starters. Harden is garbage, and Embiid is nice, but again, he's not a leader. And, he's the first MVP to have his points per game go down by like 10 after he won the award, and literally shit the bed. So, I mean, he's the best center in the league, but he wouldn't be shit against Ewing or Olajuwon or Shaq or David Robinson. It's a different era. And then it's kind of sad when you think about like DeAndre Ayton might be like the 2nd best center or 3rd. It's crazy. 8 minutes left in the 3rd, 4-on-4 now. Florida, do or die. But I don't know. Like when I'm watching this matchup, it just reminds me of like, an NFL game where you have like one of the elite teams like the Chiefs, and then you're playing like a bottom feeder, or it's like varsity versus a freshman squad. Like every once in a while, the freshman squad will do something like amazing, but it's just they don't have the talent to keep up with varsity. And I mean, this is a good game for them. 2-1. It's a lot better than 5-2 and 7-2. But again, this one's going to hurt more if you lose this way. At this point, you might as well lose 4-1. Then you knew you had no chance. Full strength. Come on, Florida. Not a play.
One thing that's really stood out this series so far, guys, is the physical advantage.
It's like I already know Vegas is going to get it done, but I don't know. I don't like when series get like, we have 4-0 or 4-1, but maybe that's just the fan in me, and I just want to be able to see more before the season ends. I want to see people be competitive, rewrite history. Yeah, exactly. That makes it even worse too, that you scored first. But again, they don't have as many goal scorers. So that's why I knew they were going to take care of like Carolina. I looked at Carolina's roster and they just didn't have enough offensive weaponry, compared to obviously with Florida, what they had. And obviously, both Nicholas Anderson and Sergei Bobrovsky were both fantastic, but ultimately it's like in baseball, you have to have hits and runs. Pitching is great and defense is great as well. And we know that in, offense and defense, obviously for baseball and football and basketball, it all kind of coincides and goes together. But ultimately you need to get hits. You need to get home runs. You need to be able to score. You could have the best pitching staff, but if you can't at least get a run or two and you start losing games 1-0, 2-1, 3-2, pitching staff ain't going to help you all the way through. You got to be able to do your part. And I feel like a lot of baseball teams get stuck in that too, where the pitching is really good, but then the hitting is not there. It's like all they need is just a little bit and they could go really far, but or you have really, really good hitters, but the pitchers fucking stink. Kachuk. He's like, I remember you. So you hit me. Yeah, well, that percentage is going to go down. I mean, it'd be really sweet if Florida could get 2 goals here in the last 550. But it's like they got dominated all game 1. They got dominated all of game 2. But they did win the third period, and it carried over a little bit by getting that first goal. But again, they're flat again. And again, it's not, I think, necessarily Florida. It's just Vegas. Like sometimes it's the other team. It's, you're doing exactly what you were doing against like Carolina and Toronto, and it was working just fine. But I mean, obviously the height, the length, 6'2" to 6'6" with the defenseman, Aiden Hill 6'4", all the different goal scoring options that you have. It could be Carlson going on a heater, then it could be Captain Jack Eichel, and then if it's not him, it's the MVP of the Stanley Cup, Marchessault. So. And obviously Aiden Hill would have to be in that conversation too. Because you got to be able to have good goalie play. All said and done. Yeah. But again, I mean, they did, once you get your ass kicked 5-2, 7-2, it's not like you lost in overtime 3-2 or you lost 2-1 or 4-3. Like you weren't even in either game, and that shit carried over. Regardless of what the fans want to say, regardless of what, the media wants to say, it's like when you get your ass kicked that badly, sometimes you are done at that point. Like, not a lot of teams are mentally tough enough to be able to come back from that. Maybe if you have experience and you've been there before and you're mentally tough, but if you're brand new to the scene and that happens to you after what amazing run that you had, you were able to check the emotions when things were going good, but now you're at the ultimate, like, fuck, we're in the gutter right now. And, it seems like body language and vibe that, I don't know. I don't think they believe. And if you don't believe that you're going to win the game and you're going to, you're not going to, obviously you have to mentally believe. And if only half the team believes, and obviously winning the Stanley Cup is completely out of the question now. Now it's just winning games and trying to win periods at this point. I didn't go through all of it. I went through about half of it, though. I was trying to go through some of it last night, but again, I decided to hang out with Paisley, and I've got a lot of these like Discovery, History, and like Nat Geo programs and stuff, and I didn't even get into some of the other ones. But like I've been watching River Monsters with Jeremy Wade, and getting into what was that other show that I ended up watching on Discovery? Let me see. They usually go on like adventures, across the world and do all kinds of different like excavation type stuff. It's like really interesting. I don't know. It's like I always find myself after sports, I'm always wanting to rekindle my childhood. So I like to be able to go to like 80s cartoons with like Ninja Turtles from like 87 or like G.I. Joe or Transformers. And then I'll do like King of the Hill or Simpsons and stuff for like modern day stuff. But I really do like Discovery History and Nat Geo. I feel like Mountain Man, like I can watch pretty much anything on there. I watch Deadliest Catch, Swamp People, Wicked Tuna. I don't know if it's on the water. I like that vibe. Like water is really healing for me, whether it's like in person or on TV. I don't know how to explain it, but obviously my first job being on the water has something to do with it too. So, bro, it's awesome. They have it on Animal Planet like every couple days. It's not on every day. I fucking record like 6 hours straight, and then I'll watch some. And then maybe the next morning or whatever, I'll try to like catch up on the others. But he's an awesome host. He's an awesome like fisherman. And it's like, for him to be able to go to like Africa and South America and Australia and all these like crazy places. And it's just a cool cinematography. And again, it just depends on the host. Like Dirty Jobs, Mike Rowe, I can watch that show all day as well. Like I like him a lot. I think he's a real chill dude. And it just depends on the personality of the host. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of other shows that I watch too, but I know, I think it's for my mental health. It makes me the happiest when I, see stuff like that. Like either I'm learning something new from the past history, or it's like mysteries and stuff. I don't know. I probably because I like reading so much too. 3:30 to go. Yeah, but I'm going to. I mean, I don't know enough about her Japanese career in entirety like you do, but if you say it, I trust that, obviously there's been some epic matches there, and it's just nice that they put the gold around her, and, she's good enough where she could have one of the longest runs with whatever belt if they chose to, but it just depends if they're going to give her that love and appreciation and recognize the greatness. It's like, when you're holding certain people back from their greatness, it just hurts the brand and it hurts that individual, but again, there's always going to be some kind of politics with the, Vince or Triple H or whoever's running the show on who they want. So it's like Walter probably should have the IC for the longest if they want to build that legacy, if that's what they're trying to do. I watch that on a regular basis too. And The Unexplained with William Shatner is really good. And then they got another one with like Lawrence Fishburne where they do like mysteries with like crazy like kidnappings and like unsolved murder stuff. And it's just really cool. Man, it's like some stuff like I remember hearing when I was younger or maybe when I was a kid, and other stuff it's like I've never heard these like stories before. And they do a really good job with like the reenactments and the stuff that they have in there, the clues and the people that they have on the shows. It's really neat. Empty net. All right, we got 2:25 left. But it just, I feel like body language and vibe, it's just like, oh, that was their chance. Oh. There it is. There it is. There we go. He saved the day. They got close. And all it is just getting an opportunity to get a couple really good shots on goal. And they're just so far and few between. Nice job, Florida. Like I said, this doesn't mean they're going to win. This doesn't mean they're going to win game 4. But at least it gives a little bit more hype and vibe. And hopefully they can win game 4. And even if that happened, more than likely they would lose in probably 6 games, maybe 7. But it's just better than it having be completely a blowout. And it's 3-0. And I have really nothing to look forward to in game 4. So nice job. And again, Kachuk, he's the guy. You're always looking at who's the guy that's going to come up big late in the games to tie the game or win the game for you in overtime or late in the third. And it's been Matthew Kachuk. Now he's been obviously caught up and gotten some retaliation for what he did in game 1 and game 2. You know, he punched a guy in the face where his teammate held the arms down, so the guy couldn't even defend himself, and he popped him good in the chin, in the face, right? He got caught, right? And then he did something kind of similar in game 2. They got payback. He had to go back to the locker room. He came back, and, you know, imagine if he didn't go to the locker room. Maybe they would have already won this game. So it shows you how important he is. You know, the two most valuable pieces for them to even keep it moving are obviously Tkachuk and Bobrovsky. If they play well, Florida plays well. If they don't play well or only one of them does, they're fucked. So it is a two-man thing, like a Jordan-Pippen situation, which I'm not saying that they're both Jordan or Pippen, but you know what I mean. You know, you got to have your anchors, you know, lead the way. You can't expect the guys that are the mid-level guys or the bench guys to be able to be the hero. Nice job. There we go. Now, can you ride this momentum and this Uncle Mo? He left Air's house and he came into my house. All right. Can you get one more goal now within the 2 minutes here, or will you score within the first 5 minutes in OT and win? The crowd is into it, and it shows you emotion is everything. I wish the crowd would have stood up, you know, prior to this. But again, you know, we are, you know, humans. You know, Nate Creed doesn't have it. Good old ESPN ad is coming out of nowhere. Tkachuk! They fucked him up. He's like, we're going to get retaliation on your ass. And it was karma. He got a little payback. But again, he's been so good. You know, and he's always right there in front of the net at the right time for deflections, rebounds, and that's what they need. They don't have anyone else that can do what he does. And they brought him in for that particular reason as well. Matthew Tkachuk, 17:47 in the third period, assisted by Carter Verhaeghe and Aaron Ekblad. 2-2. We're knotted up. Oh, my. Eyes on the prize. It's not over yet. I mean, it would just be really awesome if they win this game 3-2. And even if they had to do the same type of thing in game 4 and won like 3-2, 4-3, and then just let it be best of 3. And obviously it would be game 5 in Vegas, game 7 in Vegas, and only game 6 in Florida. But I mean, at one point when it looked like it could be a sweep, keep it moving. And I like it. There, you know, you got to just give yourself an opportunity for just a rapid fire 3, 4, 5 shots on goal. And they haven't really been able to do that. Like, you get it maybe once early on and maybe once late. And you got to give credit to Vegas, and that's why they haven't been able to get over there and do that, is because Vegas is too fucking good. Their puck handling, their defense. But at least the crowd is back into it. Good for them. Awesome goal. I guess he did. Nice. Yeah, I know Air is following that as well. Oh, no. Penalty. Fuck! Oh, wow.
It's the speed of Stevenson again.
Oh, tripping. But at least there's only like, what, 11 seconds left. But yeah, I think I'm going to watch, because they mentioned it on, like I said, on Root Sports when I was watching the Mariner replay while I was setting up the thumbnail and doing everything. And they were talking about how they were going to televise the game. Either it was today or tomorrow. And obviously it was today, which is cool. So that way I don't have to go out of my way to find it. It's like, it's just on Root Sports for me. Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, this game was exciting in the first 4 minutes, and then there was kind of a kind of a dead spot. Then Vegas scored, and then a kind of a dead spot, and then now we finally got a little action here. Vegas power play 2 minutes. And if you lose this now 3-2, you finally got a better production out of Bobrovsky, and you just got to hope that you can hang on by any type of fucking thread. Because sometimes Vegas on the road will still put up like 4 goals or more. All right, end of the third period. We're going OT. Nice heart. And great job by Tkachuk to be able to at least have this be somewhat interesting now. Our first overtime in the Stanley Cup.
Keeping his team in the game, a late post hit by Marchand, and then Tkachuk ties it. Lead of the gang.
Oh, that's cool.
Want a worry-free way to kill bugs? Zibo traps use light to attract and trap flying insects. No odor and no mess. They work continuously, so you don't have to. Zibo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Chipotle's new chicken al pastor is fire on every level. Fresh chicken hot off the grill. A rich marinade of seared burrito peppers and ground achiote balanced with a splash of pineapple. All combined for the right amount of heat. Chipotle's all-new chicken al pastor is where fire meets flavor.
We love our new home,
Great neighborhood, big backyard.
but the lamps. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We saved a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
We got the house! Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Let me be direct.
You're doing TV wrong. You thought that other TV provider was good enough. Now what?
You'll talk? You call this watching sports, Dan? You deserve better.
So much in life is a compromise. But with #1 customer satisfaction, DirecTV never is. Now, get out of here.
Guarantee your low price for 2 years. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to get a $200 reward card.
You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
There are many sides to you.
Is it the game is still going on? Right channel is that on? The Root Sports, I think. I can just turn it on. Is it still on right now, right? All right, where we got AHL hockey. There it is. Hershey Bears at Coachella Valley Firebirds. Boom, I'm going there. Let me check it out. Let me get educated here. Okay, so this is the first time of me seeing what's going on here. Okay, 14:20 left, second period, 4-on-4. And then which one is the Kraken affiliate? Obviously CV, but which jersey colors is that? Are we in the black or are we in the white? Hershey Bears are in the white and we're in the black. Yeah, but which jersey color are we here? Are we the black team or are we the white team? I can't see the jerseys close enough because they haven't stopped the. It's like the camera is too far back, so I can't tell. I assume that we're the black jersey team. I mean, that's what it feels like. Okay, black. All right. All right. So that was just me taking a guess just based off the vibe and just what I could see. But now I just froze. So I don't know what's going on here with the AHL stuff. It froze. The audio is good, but the picture froze. Good job, guys. I don't know if you guys have the same thing. So now I have audio, but then the picture is frozen. Good job, AHL. I'm trying to get the Coachella Valley Firebirds versus Hershey Bears, and they can't. It's calling. Is it really the AHL shit? Their cameras are fucked. They're like, well, this is like, oh, there's a goal and I didn't even get to see it. Great. Now they just unfroze it. Thanks a lot. Boom. There we go. So what is it now? 2-0? Boom, 2-0. Even with the picture being frozen. And where is that team located? Like where do these teams, like what states, like where are we talking? Where does each state, like where do they play the majority of their games, both of these teams? Like I said, I don't watch WHL for like the Winter Hawks and whatnot, even though they were pretty good. I mean, I've been to some games and whatnot, but I don't really watch the WHL or AHL. It's like, is Hershey like, is that Pennsylvania, like with the chocolate? Are we talking like, we're talking Pennsylvania and then the Coachella Valley, what is that, like California? Is that what we're talking about? Or is that, I don't know. That's just like my guess. Oh, looks like your boy was right. Okay. I mean, that's the only logical thing because obviously I know what the Coachella Festival is about. And obviously if it's Hershey, that's the only place that you could really think of where it would be, like with the chocolate and up there in PA. So. Really? Yeah, because you said that they've been there in the same spot in this league since like the 30s, right? That's crazy. And then you get one team that's like the Kraken affiliate, and this is their first year, and they went all the way. So they're trying to do like a Vegas Golden Knights when they played the Caps with Ovechkin, but instead of losing when they got there, they're trying to win it all the way. So that's interesting. Huh. And then when you end up starting up a team like for the first time in that league, how do you pick the players? Is it in like expansion, and they get like a draft and they get to be able to like build the roster from some of the good players on some of the other teams? How does that work? I'm not sure if you know. You watch a hell of a lot more of the AHL than me, so I'm just trying to get like educated, on the leagues that are lower than the NHL and how that works. I mean, I've watched Winterhawk games on the local channel here. I've been to some. I've even sat front row for a matchup with Seattle where they just punch each other in the face like over and over, which was pretty cool. But I mean, I don't follow them on a regular basis or anything. But typically, the Winterhawks are usually pretty good for the most part. So,
watch Mariners All Access.
She says draft 2-3-2 instead of 2-2-1-1-1. Yeah. Well, 2-3-2 used to be the old school format, for like obviously the NBA, but then obviously if you lost one of the first two games, right, and then you have three against the lower seed, then sometimes that lower seed, all they would have to do is split and then win their games at home and they would advance. And then so they felt, if like you fuck up at all early, you're screwed. And then obviously if you can get it to game 6 and 7 when you're at home, it benefits you. But that would ultimately mean that you win both of your games at home. And then even if you drop 3 in a row on the road, then you can come back and win the last 2 and win. But yeah, obviously it took a little bit for them to get past the fact that, being the home team and the higher seed, getting the first 2 and the last 2 was not an advantage, especially if you played a really good team and dropped one of the first 2. And then all of a sudden it's 1-1, and then you're on the road for 3 games, and you essentially could just fuck up right there and then series over. So I think that was the main reason why they flipped the script to, 2-2, 1-1-1 to make it more fair. And that is legitimately more fair at that point. Game 5, boom, you get it. Game 6, the road team, and then game 7 for the best team, the higher seed. Definitely much more fair. Oh, here we go. I got another frozen screen. AHL frozen. I can hear the audio though. They need to put some more money into this fucking AHL, man. They're like, nah, we got to use all our money for the cameras for the Kraken. They're like, fuck it. All right, let me know when we're back from ready from overtime. I'm soaking this in here. I have the ESPN app and everything here. Well, I'm glad Florida came back. All right, 11:45 left. AHL championship, huh? Hershey Bears. What's up with the Coachella? You know what I mean? Like, what's up with Coachella as far as like the team name? They couldn't come up with something better than that. Like that's what it was. That's what the hip thing would to do is to name it that. What's the story between the Coachella name? I don't know. It's just kind of weird. It's like to have a name of like music festival as like your team name. And obviously there's going to be, multiple businesses and other things that are associated besides the music festival with Coachella, but I don't know, just weird. I mean, everything is a crossover sponsorship nowadays. That's why we have so many fucking patches and shit on jerseys now. Oh, we got another camera frozen. All right, take it easy. Nice save. All right, went back to TNT. All right, we're going to get started here in just a second, it looks like. Oh. That's not happening.
To win $200 instantly. Florida Panthers, they know the stakes. If they let up the next goal, they are down 0-3. If they score the next goal, we have got ourselves a series here. Overtime, it's getting loud down here in Sunrise. OT is next.
All right, OT is next. What matchup was that in the playoff atmosphere? Was that like the other side of the bracket?
You've reached your destination. One more.
One more time.
ID Light and the all-electric ID Ford. It's the little things. It's a VW.
Businesses need 5G solutions today.
Semis. Okay. I love it when people come in here and try to tell me how to do my job. You know, I don't come into your job and tell you what to do. Fuck out of here. All right, we're going to get started here in just a second. See if Kachuk can bring that momentum going a little bit further. Will Uncle Mo still be in the building? Start of overtime. We're knotted up at 2. Can Florida find a way to win this game and to keep their season alive? This is must win. Cannot go down 3-0. All right, here we go. OT. All right, Vegas power play with about 1:15 left. Vegas being very patient. And they're a great passing team too. They usually don't try to force it. They try to, wait for that moment, but they're not going to just throw garbage shots up. Oh, here we go, Florida. $30 seconds. They just got to hang on for 30 more seconds. So at least they can go full strength. Get it out of there. There we go. Dude, why is the AHL, why is the channel so fucked up with all the freezes? They just don't have enough money involved in that organization there. They're just like, well, all the money goes to the NHL. We don't got no money for the cameras or the audio on the other end. Like literally, I just changed the channel and it froze like 3 times. That's tough. And then like the guys, they ended up having the goal being scored and you didn't even see it. You could see like the celebration after he made it, but. $17:40 left in OT. Florida has a shot to keep their, dreams alive, at least temporarily. But it doesn't really feel like they're going to be able to win the Stanley Cup. But, if you win this game, you have a chance to maybe win 2 games before you bow down. But if you can win today and you can win, obviously, Game 4, then we're back at a whole new series, at least mentally, being 2-2. All right, full strength. Wow. Oh, I see. So Milwaukee and Nashville, they have a vibe going, huh? And how long has that connection been? Is that something that's been there for a long time, or is it recently new? It's like when we had a AAA team here in Oregon, we had the Portland Beavers, and they were affiliated with the Minnesota Twins, and that's when I would go to a lot of my games when I was like 7 to 10 years old. It was so much fun, and not a lot of the guys got called up, to the main roster, but there was a few. Nice save. It's like on one end you got Kachuk, and then on the other end you got Marchessault. So dangerous at any given moment. He's been on a heater. $16:30 left in OT. Vegas leads the series 2-0. We're knotted up at 2, but it's like Florida is just barely hanging on. They scored first, and they were dominated for the rest of the first period, all the second period, and then they obviously got that goal late in the third to be able to force OT. The Redbirds. Yeah, I wish the AAA team was still here, because that way if I wouldn't, if I wasn't able to go to the Mariners, like I could go to that. And the thing was, like back in the 80s and 90s, it was popping. Like the crowd was good. It was an awesome vibe. It was usually pretty packed. It wasn't like there was barely anybody there. It was. And that was obviously around that time period when they were pretty damn good themselves, Minnesota Twins. Kirby Puckett and company. Frank Viola. Kent Urbeck. Oh, big hit. Right to his face. 16 minutes left in OT. Almost done, Paisley. Love you. Love you. Come on, Florida. Oh! There we go. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty, but at least you found a way to win it in OT. Nice job. Now try to win game 4. Make it 2-2. If that happens, you'll still probably lose, but at least it gives you a shot to, stretch at least one of these finals out. And it wasn't pretty at all, but you found a way to get hot at the end. Nice job. Carter Verhaeghe with the goal. Rister assisted by Sam Bennett. Nice. Well, that fucking got interesting. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Plus, like I said, I didn't want the Miami Heat or the Florida Panthers to get swept in any scenario. You want them to win at least one, preferably 2 or more if they can. But usually if you're not as good, you typically, win 2, the other team wins 4. If you're a good team but just not on the same level. And then obviously if you're really dominated, then it's 1 or none. Cyberpunk, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Single-handedly saving me, every month, especially last month, especially towards the end. I appreciate you very, very much. I still have to wait on getting everything situated with the debit and the credit with my wallet being lost, and then I ended up finding it, which was great. Cyberpunk with a hundo, always coming through whenever he can. Thank you so much, man. And I expected, you with work and everything that was going on and what you did for me, obviously at the end of the month, that it may be a few days before, you have time to come in and to be able to show that great appreciation. And I'm really happy that you did, because I'll be honest, man, it's like, sometimes we're good. Sometimes it's a little slow. Sometimes we get, a lot on the super chat. Sometimes we don't get anything on the super chat. Sometimes we get a little bit on the supers and we get nothing on the Cash App. So obviously it's nice to be able to have something instead of just having, nothing, or just being sitting there where maybe I can get something to drink or eat, or maybe I can't, Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. How have you been? But I wouldn't be able to do what I do on a regular basis without Cyber. And it does mean a lot, because like I said, the most important things in my life are this. This is my life. This is my dream. This is my legacy. You know what I mean? Besides Paisley, this is really my life, and obviously I don't want to have to get to a point where I can't do this. I want to be able to continue the dream, and it's never going to be about, necessarily, the money. Obviously you need money to be able to survive and live, to pay rent, pay bills. So I'm not fucking stressed out all the time. But to be able to build the connections with people, but ultimately you need people to help you. You can't do it by yourself. And I really appreciate you.
How do you know all this? I come here a lot. Love the service. At AT&T, new and existing customers can choose any Google Pixel with your choice of
Cyberpunk, $100 dono. What do you want to see for photos, man? Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. I appreciate you very, very much. Yeah, it's been a minute, because like I said, I think there was a span of 2 to 5 days, I don't think, where we got anything on Cash App, or very little. Yeah, and I was like, oh man, this is getting concerning. But you just got to be able to have faith that things are just going to work out in the end. And Florida had that faith, I guess, today. It wasn't pretty, but they found a way, as they're doing the little belly bumps here. Yes, Iron Sheik. I ended up sending you that one photo. That was sent from Odin as one of the ICP members that he likes and whatnot on there and stuff. But yeah, there was quite a few cool ones there. Appreciate you. All right, let's, since the game is over, obviously my mental health sometimes is good. Sometimes it's a little shaky, and, you want to make sure you're looking at good visuals and whatnot. Maybe we'll go here. Did the other one of the last couple streams, and we've gotten into some food and stuff. So yeah, food and wrestling or whatever we want to get into here. Let's do it. Whatever you guys want. Let's start off with the Iron Sheik. Let's do that. Sad, and like I said, he's probably the most famous, non-famous, Twitter user, because he's the only one that would do all caps, and he would be the only one that would be talking shit in every fucking tweet. And it was normally towards Hulk Hogan and calling him a fucking jabroni and, anything in between the lines of that. Usually disrespecting Hogan. It was on his, bucket list, doing it almost every day. But not only that, he'd, put in a little lingo for, whatever main event or whatever celebrity story was going on at the time. One of the biggest heels of all time, but I know there's quite a few people. Maybe him and Hogan didn't get along, but there's definitely a lot of people that the Sheik got along with. He was definitely loved. And, obviously there's a persona that you play, and sometimes you become that person, but also there's the real side of him as well. So rest in peace in memory of the Iron Sheik. Hossein Khosrow Ali Vaziri, 1942 to 2023. I was looking in my collection to see if I had any Sheik toys from back in the day, and I didn't think I did, and I went there and I didn't have any. I got some of the old school ones, but not any of him.
Yeah, Bob's amazing. He's such a good goalie. He works so hard, and he's out there. He's been the best player out playoffs.
Shout out to Air Whitey, Sarah, Cyber. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, like I said, I like doing wrestling and food. I think like once we do, football, basketball, baseball, hockey, and the event is over, I want to be able to see some water. I want to give you guys some good mental, vibes, and good mental health vibes, and whatever backgrounds or whatever we look at, and then from there, yeah, usually doing classic wrestlers or food is always money. So.
But his game is there. I know he gave up 4 goals, got pulled last game. But when you look at how he moves, how he's tracking the puck, it's there, right? And then when he's playing at this level, he gives his team a chance to win. And I'm just thinking, if Florida can get their special team going, they have a huge opportunity. They really do. They have someone getting involved with the Kruger. That's exciting too.
We got people climbing up into this. They want the Chucky pack. We're going to have another seat in the desk.
I mean, he's not making saves though, Hank. I mean, he's not leaving meat on the bone either. Not many rebounds right in front of him. He's clearing them out. It's like Velcro in front of the net. And I got to go back to the Rain Man over here. Right to the very end. Just before that goal score, he's like, hey, Bennett's going to play better. What does he do? Passes over to Carter Verhage, scores, game, match. It's over.
Yeah, we get into the nitty-gritty. You're relying on those kind of guys, Chuck, Bennett, Reinhardt, Barkov. Those are the guys they're looking to, and they've been coming through for them continuously in this playoff. Listen, it wasn't a console, like you said, but Florida has so much grit and so much...
All right, let's see. There's got to be something else. We got Avengers, Endgame, Bumblebee, Django Unchained, AHL hockey. I'll watch this AHL hockey if it stops freezing. I guess I'm watching a little bit of that. Is it intermission, though? Oh, it's like 37 seconds left. Is there baseball for me to watch? South Carolina and Clemson. All right, regional coverage. Is this like the Cubs and the Angels, I hope? Yes. Shohei. 3-1 Angels. All right, cool. So at least I have that. Now I can watch Cubs and Angels. Then my life is a little bit better. Okay.
For starters, Napoleon's ignition system uses jet engine technology. Our precision burners cook evenly, no matter what Mother Nature throws at you.
Oh, I got an epic one. So you see this, right? And look at this one. This is cool. Let's go, man. Just even seeing like the ropes, the referee, the color of the mat, just the clothes that people are wearing in the crowd, even though you can't really see the crowd too much in that, but man.
Talking about cash backing. We talking about cash backing. We talking about cash backing. We talking about cash backing. Not a game. We talking about practice. Too long. Word. No practice. We talking about cash backing. We talking about cash backing. I mean, we're not talking about a game. Cash back like a pro. With Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? With Chase, make more of what's yours.
Did you know, unless you treat dandruff regularly, it will keep coming back?
Iron Sheik, maybe the most notable heel of all time.
Unlike regular shampoo, Head & Shoulders contains zinc pyrithione, which fights the dandruff-causing germ and helps prevent it from coming back. It's gentle on hair and provides up to 100% dandruff protection, clinically proven. Try Head & Shoulders shampoo and conditioner. For best results, use with every wash. This has been Medifax for Head & Shoulders.
Sometimes call for drastic measures. We'll see you hopefully if the Cubs come from behind to get this done, fellas.
Well, Trey Mancini will step to the plate. Some changes as Jared Walsh enters the game at first base, and Drury will move from first to second.
Kifo is out of the game. That might be a good thing. He's looked really sharp against the Cubs here last couple of games.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Got a swing and a miss. Domensky going with that right-on-right changeup.
Let me delete some of these other photos. We'll make some more room.
bounce to third. Rochelle a long throw off the stretch. All right, a reminder, the 2023 MLB All-Star ballot now open.
Alex Wright, man. Zabisco. WCW. I don't know, man. Like I said, most of my friends, I'm like the only one like that like WCW and ECW more than WWF, you know. But again, I'm a product of good wrestling, and I like innovation and, you know, a little bit faster style wrestling, and that just did it for me. So hell yeah, that'd be dope. You know how I feel about Omega's rivalry. Anything Omega, you know, or Young Bucks, I'm about. Danielson and Okada for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And Ospreay is amazing. And then especially Ospreay is good against anyone, just like Kenny. But if you put them together, it's like 5-star match. It's like every time they wrestle, you know, they may not be in WWF, but they put on matches just as good as Seth Rollins and AJ Styles, and sometimes better. And that definitely says something, you know. Like if they were actually Omega and Ospreay were on WWE and pushed the way that they are where they're at now, you know, they could, you know, I don't know if they ever would be able to be as big as they are in these other ones though, just because, you know, how the WWE universe is a little different. You know, they have their favorites and whatnot. Yeah, Dusty Rhodes. We can throw some Dusty Rhodes in there. Chief in the building with a $5, my boy. How are you, man? You know me, watching all the Discovery, History, Nat Geo, Animal Planet, you know, Ancient Aliens, fucking River Monsters, bang, 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 bang. All the shows. Saw that Frank Clark left. He's getting a little old anyways, you know what I mean? Great in the postseason and whatnot. But again, you had guys that you've drafted to, you know, Karlaftis and some guys. So it's like, okay, you're giving some of the younger guys more opportunities, and you can't keep everybody. So well, hopefully everything is good with you. And remember, you know, they said that you couldn't win without Tyreek. Now, can you win, you know, without your OC? And we'll see if, you know, you guys can do that, but it's going to be very interesting. They're going to be very, very good. They'll probably be the front runner almost every year, unless, you know, the Buffalo Bills get Dalvin Cook, and then that might be the something. They need defense as well, but it's going to be tough to be able to get past the Chiefs. They might not get to the Super Bowl every year, but they're definitely going to be in the conversation every year as long as Mahomes is there. So I appreciate you. Bang, 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 stack on stack, rack on rack, Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Let me know what you want to see. What do you want to see for photos? You want some like Larry Johnson or some Jamal Charles or something? You let me know what you want. I got you as well. We'll get some more photos for Cyberpunk as well. Throw some in there for Sarah. All y'all. Y'all get the photos. But we'll take care of the people that obviously donated first. 3-1 Angels. And we're going to the bottom of the 7th. Yeah, you got to trust the process. And, you know, again, regular season, you know, stats really weren't that great. You know what I mean? Sometimes it felt like he wasn't even out there. It's like, you know, and the playoffs, you could feel him and Chris Jones out there. But in the regular season, it felt like he took plays off and just wasn't really productive all the time in the regular season. But when it came to the playoffs, that's when he played his best football. So they had a stat that they just released that he's like in the top 4 since sacks have been being, you know, tracked, that he was like top 4 in sacks in the postseason of all time. So obviously that means he's doing his job then. So yeah. Yeah, true. True. All right. What else do we want to see, Cyberpunk? You got some other wrestlers? I'll go to Dusty for Sarah here, and then anything that you want to get in there as well.
Ask your gastro about his book and learn how Advent could help you save. Should I play that again?
Time to crack this Jimmy John somewhere else. It's whale. All right, what do you got, eh? Cracks whale. Great terrorizing thing. Voila. It's itchy.
Jimmy John's summer wraps are back before the nip time. We were meant to act spontaneously. We were meant to help plan accordingly.
Chicago Cubs baseball on Marquee Sports Network is brought to you by Toyota, official vehicle of the
Hi, Paisley. Come in here and hang out with Dad. You love Dad?
Changing medicine for good, and by Michelob Ultra.
Well, the air quality on the East Coast is still scary from the wildfires in Canada. Major League
Yeah,
Baseball
wildfires are crazy. National Park in D.C., Smoky Dog. That's where you're going, Sarah, to smoke. The Smoky Dog. Hopefully it's not horrible there for you. I mean, it's a good, you're getting a little vacay, but kind of unfortunate with like the smoke and everything from the Canadian fires. Ooh, White House.
I think the last couple of days it's been weird to look out and see this orange sky is what everyone's been saying to me. So I think that there's a part of it they're just not used to it, and they better. Trout takes 0-1 from Julian Merriweather.
Trout in the box. What you want to see, Chief O'Chief? You got a specific Chiefs player or something you want to take a look at? And we can always get into like food and stuff as well. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, man. I'm always grinding, and like I said, yeah, like you can really only it's stressful because you just never know what you're gonna end up with every day. It's like nothing is guaranteed, and then obviously you need to be able to survive and buy things besides just waiting once a month for obviously hopefully being able to pay your rent and whatnot with like the YouTube side of things. So thank you so much, man. Like I said, it really, really is gonna help. And I'm a routine kind of guy. And I know a lot of y'all probably are too. So it's like if I don't have my Gatorade or like my Snapple or, if I don't get a chance to at least get like the bare minimum on like the dispensary side, just to like keep my sanity. It definitely, I like to be able to keep the routine, and you guys are helping me do that. So thank you. $25 dono, my boy. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. And we've been able to have some people, come through at kind of different times, but I definitely miss the mod group as a whole. It'd be really cool to be able to try to make that happen one day in the next few months if it was possible. It's always ends up being a very interesting vibe and, great combo when we have everyone coming in around the same time. I know it's difficult at times, but I think it'll be doable hopefully one of these days. Appreciate you, bro. Stacks on stacks, Rex on Rex. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. $25 dono, my boy. Paisley, what are you doing? Where are you going? Yeah. Yes. Yes, it is. 146. Let's get to 2. And yes, thank you so much. Very generous. Come here, Paisley. Come hang out with Dad. And I've definitely got in a routine of going to the river every day, with Paisley. It's like water is really healing for me. And it's like, lowers the blood pressure, makes you feel better, but just being able to hear the birds and just be around nature and be by the river, it's like I could be having kind of a so-so day or feel like a little off and, go there and, you stay there for about 30 minutes to an hour and, she digs around and sniffs and eats grass and licks, different flower type stuff. And it's just, she's having a good time and it's definitely good. But I got the shin splint still, so it's like I can't even do my normal hour walk. I have to like cut it down to like 45 minutes, probably after, we do our little, side trip to the river and whatnot. So I know I need it to heal, but she needs to be able to get that, that exercise. It's like certain dogs, they need that. If you don't give that to them, that's why they rip up your fucking house and shit. It's like biting shit, ruining shit in the house. Like sometimes it's just like puppies doing it, but a lot of times it's like their displeasure of not being able to get outside or getting enough exercise. But every breed is a little different. My boy, Mahomes. We haven't seen Mahomes in a minute. Hi, honey. Mahomey, my homeboy.
April 2nd, 2003, right here in this ball yard. Is it Benji Molina back there?
But that is Ramon Ortiz, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty well for what it is. That's a box. Shaking not stirred.
First Stanley Cup win in franchise history. Okay, Paisley. Yeah. They're a little bit outmatched with the Joker. I think you even can admit to that. I mean, that guy is just doing ridiculous, crazy things, you know. It's like the only person that could match up, not even Embiid can match up to the Joker. It'd have to be Giannis. And if it's not Giannis, I don't think there's anyone else in the league that can like match up body to body and kind of go point for point, defense for defense. So we may see a lot of Denver and Milwaukee in the next few years as long as they can stay healthy. Bro, you need to. You need to. Like, I'll tell you what's on my DVR right now. Let's see what we got here. And you know me, I'm very well-rounded. I watch all kinds of stuff. So I got Simpsons, you know, because I love that. I got King of the Hill. I got River Monsters with Jeremy Wade. The brand new Mayans MC, which is kind of like Sons of Anarchy with like the white Caucasian biker gang from back in the day. Mayans MC is like with like Latinos. It's fucking awesome. It's like, it's on FX, but it should be on like Showtime or HBO. It's pretty fucking graphic, but it's awesome. Very good actors and actresses in it, very believable. Kind of like gang member type style with the motorcycle club. Lots of kind of shady shit that goes on there, but it's really good. I would highly recommend watching it if you're looking for like a drama that it'll like, it's like you'll actually have to put your phone down and focus on it. That's how good it is. And I got AEW Dynamite, which I need to catch up on, Master Chef, season 21, episode 3, which I haven't watched yet, which is awesome. So, dude, River Monsters like I said, they have it on Animal Planet every couple days, and they do like a 6-hour block. And I just start watching it like last night, and then I know I'm gonna fall asleep, so then I record the other like 4 hours worth, and then I watch it the next day. I still got 3 episodes to watch, but like that's a show that you can binge, and it's awesome. He goes to Africa, he goes to Australia, South America, Peru, like all these wild places, and some places like with indigenous people, and it's kind of like nerve-wracking for him for his safety in some of these places. But then he'll like get these like crazy, sometimes it takes many days. It doesn't happen like, oh, let me just throw my reel in and my line in, and I'm just going to be able to get the river monster right away. Like sometimes it takes a long time, and he'll have him break off. But it's really cool to be able to see all the different environments that he goes in. And obviously I know it's an old show, kind of like Man vs. Wild, but it doesn't really matter if it's like Bear Grylls or a host like Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs. They started replaying that on Discovery Channel, and I can watch any of those. And I guess they brought back Dirty Jobs for like newer episodes between like 2020 and 2022, 2023. So they actually have Mike Rowe doing some of the Dirty Jobs again, and I think he's cool to watch. So I guess you just need to, get back into the rhythm of those, though. Bro, you need to. All you got to worry is about those networks, man. History, Discovery, Nat Geo, Animal Planet. Boom, you're good to go. I mean, I can do my cartoons and stuff and sports also, but that's a big part. Yeah, that was yeah. And the thing is, he could have had more. He could have had 15 assists. Like, the guy is the best passing big man in the league, and that's why it's hard to be able to beat someone like him. He's unselfish, and he doesn't care about the pub. He's not like, oh, I need to have all this, my own sneaker, that, you know what I mean? He's just, I'm this big, tall European dude, and if you watch WWE, he's like Walter, aka Gunther. Same thing. But when they get in the ring or on the court, you start to realize that they may not be cut and they may not be ripped and look like they're on fucking steroids and not doing all these crazy things, but they're a lot more athletic and they're a lot more gifted than they look. And that's kind of their, obviously not even their curse. It's like a plus for them. So, and dude, it is Japan, wherever they decide to go. He went to fucking Chernobyl and fucking found like some radioactive fucking fish, dude. It's wild, dude. Even the old episodes. Oh yeah, Stranger Things is going to be incredible. When Stranger Things happens, that's going to be the biggest finale of any show of all time. Like, we have like, cult following type stuff with like, True Blood and, many other shows, Game of Thrones, Dexter, it just depends on, if you're a super fan of a show like that. But yeah, I'm missing it too. You know what? I do that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives with Guy Fieri. Yeah, I watch that on the regular too. I usually watch Cooking Channel or the other one, Food Network or Cooking Channel. I'll bounce back, but you just got to be careful. Like, you have already ate, because if you're hungry and you watch it and then you see them making this amazing food and then you're here eating a peanut butter jelly while they're eating like fucking lobster and crab cakes and shit, and you're getting jealous, or some like insane burger or pasta or whatever it is. Yeah, that'd be very cool. We could do that. Yeah. Well, he's very good. He's like one of the most underrated players in the NBA. Him and Jalen Brunson. I feel like when he was on the Mavericks, they didn't appreciate him, and Luka played good with him. They got rid of him, and you saw what he did with the Knicks. He's not necessarily like the best player, at his position or anything like that, but he's a lot better than people think. Both of them are. Like, when you hear the names of Jalen Brunson, and Jamal Murray, you think, well, maybe 15 to 20 points. And then you see they can put up like 30 to 50. And you're like, whoa, you're like, that's a little bit more than I expected out of a guy like that. Sometimes, instead of 20, it's like 40. And you're like, this guy is 40-point good. And they are, so That's what's always nice when you get guys that get slept on and then they get a chance to be able to, show out and whatnot. So absolutely. See, even with me, I might not be the biggest NBA fan, but I watch enough where I'm not stupid and I can obviously evaluate talent and, I can recognize the guys that don't get the love that are underappreciated. So I'm not sure if Cyberpunk is still in the room or if he had something to do, but anything else that, you guys want to see for photos, fire away. You got anything that you want to see Chief specifically or anything that you want? It doesn't even have to be that. It could be food related or whatever you want. But I can always bless the timeline with some Chief stuff like I did. Look at this one. That's crazy. Look at the helmet. Wow. Like after, now people know like how good Mahomes like ends up, being. Like you got to think about how many Chief fans and like NFL fans were like, damn, I wish I watched his whole career. Then that you still wouldn't have known that he was going to be this, but it would have given you a better understanding of what you were getting. And some people caught a couple games, but if most people did not watch every game unless you were actually a Texas Tech fan. Board of directors for ROH? Oh, really? On what? The Twitter?
That's why I chose Humana. They see me, not a stereotypical senior.
Oh, Stokely Hathaway and Jerry Lynn. I love watching Jerry Lynn and RVD matches from back in the day. I still got them on VHS. Yeah, we can do breakfast food again. We can do that. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, like I said, we did breakfast food, and then I did like meats and like burgers, and then we did Mexican. So going back to like breakfast would probably be good. And then if Cyber comes back in the room, I can bless the timeline with some Iron Sheik, RIP, rest in peace, who passed away, and then any other things that we can do. But I love being able to do like wrestling and food. And then depending on who comes in, sometimes if we had like Josh come in, we could do classic cars or whatever, like, movies, like you never know, whatever the vibe is at that time. Breakfast food. And what do we want to do for breakfast food? You guys, you got pancakes, waffles, crepes, give me some stuff that you can type it in, both of you or whoever wants to. And I'll start off probably with some pancakes and waffle type stuff. And then we'll just kind of move down the board.
Meet Mike Trout. He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
He's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
Chicago Cubs baseball on Marquee Sports Network is brought to you by the Pablo Curcio Auto Group. You're going to like buying a car this way. By Prevagen. Prevagen is the #1 pharmacist recommended memory support brand. And by
Really?
This month's for you.
I mean, when you saw obviously the Chiefs saw the potential, that's why they drafted up, but that's that run and gun type of style, but also having the weapons with like Kelsey and Tyreek and having Andy Reid and Bieniemy. That's why that they knew it was going to work, just based on what they saw there. The accuracy and the arm strength was there. Leadership was there, just getting all of the pieces together. So, and I think even if you had Kelsey, Tyreek, and Mahomes, but if you didn't have Bieniemy and Reid, those guys wouldn't have panned out to be as good as they were. Like the coaching staff, was a part of that as well, and Alex Smith. So I think most people know that. Oh, yeah. Bacon. Yes, we do it all, baby. Yes. You know what's really funny? Whenever I get stressed out or if I get like hungry, my favorite thing to do is make bacon, like late at night or early in the morning, but like late at night, and it just being able to smell the bacon and just getting everything cooked. And I usually try to do it on like medium low, so it's like if you do it on medium or higher, there's a good chance it'll burn. But if you do medium low, you can still like watch TV and like kind of do other things while you flip it occasionally and you don't burn it. And I just like the process of just being able to chill and just make like a little breakfast sandwich, or and you can do the eggs and the toast, but sometimes it's just bacon or bacon and toast is good enough. It's crazy because like the thick bacon stuff is just money too, like the real expensive kind. Like if you go to the grocery store and you see that bacon that costs like $16, if you ever have a chance, buy it. Because compared to the thinner bacon, the cheaper kind, like there's a huge difference between the expensive stuff and then the stuff that's cheaper. And once you end up buying the expensive stuff like once, it's hard to go back to buying the cheaper stuff. But of course, you know, you have to have the money to be spending on. Not everyone's going to be spending fucking $15 or $17 on, you know, the best bacon on the market, but it is incredible. It's good, right? You know what I mean? Like breakfast late is sometimes better than breakfast in the morning. Breakfast in the morning is expected. You know, it's like it doesn't excite me like, oh, let's eat breakfast food. That's what we're supposed to do. But when you eat it at the wrong time and it's late, and it doesn't really matter if you're sober or not, like it's going to be amazing. So that's money right there. You sound like me. You know, we got that Ancient Aliens going on. And I really like, what's that other show I was going to tell you? I really like, let me go to manage my recordings. So, all right, we got Stone Cold Takes on America. I like that show. All right, we got Deadliest Catch. There's this True Blood, regular show, Alaska Daily, La Brea, Rick and Morty, Ancient Aliens, Running Wild with Bear Grylls, Gordon Ramsay, Uncharted, which is awesome, Wicked Tuna. And then we're going to get into fucking Shark Week pretty soon. Sky Sharks, Orca versus Great White, all that stuff. And they do it on 2 separate channels, Discovery and then like on Animal Planet or something else. So you can get one for a week and the other one's like a whole month of new programming. Wild Fish is a good one. That's a new one that's on afterwards on National Geographic. That's a good one. I watched that. That guy's crazy. They try to do like help with fish that are going extinct and they need to get samples. And some of them are like river monsters and they have to go in there and get it. This guy named Cyril. It's pretty sweet. It's got like a nice team. Next Level Chef, Master Chef, Wicked Tuna, 911, Snowpiercer, Life Below Zero, Station 19. Obviously, you can see how many shows are watched. Dark Materials, Prodigal Son, American Horror Story, Miracle Workers, Magician, Last Alaskans, Neighborhood, Good Doctor, Mountain Man, Yellowstone, Grey's Anatomy, Goldbergs, even though that just ended. The Flash ended. That's sad. Damn, I don't even know if it's on there.
We talking about cash, man. We talking about cash, man. Not the game. We talking about practice too long. Word. No practice. We talking about cash back. We talking about cash back. I mean, we not talking about a game. Cash back like a pro. For Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back?
Yeah, but Expedition Unknown with Josh Gates. I love that guy. That guy's awesome. Like he always is going through like fucking tombs and he's always like finding like crazy stuff. Like Expedition Unknown on Discovery, Josh Gates, like that. If you're looking for a show to entertain you for an hour, that one is awesome. It's actually one of the better ones that's out right now too. They had a brand new episode last night. Awesome. I know. That's why we're here, to bring up these ideas, you know. I know. That's why we're linked, bro, at the brain. Yeah, I think that they started to shut down over here, but we did have a Cracker Barrel. I don't know if it's still open, though. Yeah, it's like you can definitely tell with the quality of like the waffles and then the toppings and the pancakes. Not, you know, obviously some people think, pancakes are easy, but obviously when you've had really, really good ones compared to ones that are just okay, you know. Fluffy. Like, look at the fluff on those. Like, you probably don't even need to eat too many to get full. Look good. This is just stacks on stacks, homemade, but then the toppings and the syrup. Syrup, sitting on scissor.
sort of the sinking action in, threw a few covers to keep him honest, and just made in-game adjustments to make that quality start. He built that off of not having his best stuff from jump.
Ally will take over and face Champa. Ally and Leiter been the two best pieces for David Ross down there in that bullpen, along with Merriweather. That's what happens when you're going poorly. It's right there without a bit. But that's what happens when you're going poorly. Your high leverage guys aren't getting used, and then you got to bring it in non-leverage spots.
I know, dude. It's wild. Like when you go to like those specialty places, they don't fuck around. Like literally, like it's like an extra large plate, and it covers like a huge ass. It's like a pizza pan plate. It's like yeah, seriously.
Upstairs, ball one to Nito.
Not JT in the building. How are you? Didn't even notice you were there until I just looked down there. How are you, brother? Oh, there you go. You know what's really crazy? I actually had when I was a kid, we had like different blackberry bushes and stuff that were kind of wild that were next to our neighbor's house, and I always would like to pick them in the summertime and whatnot, and I kind of miss that. And I take Paisley on a walk, and there's a couple places that look like they have the wild blackberries, but nowadays it's not like it was back in the 80s where you could kind of eat things and it would be safe, or like, wash it or just eat it off the branch and whatnot. But dang, strawberry, raspberry, and blueberry. My gosh, that would be good.
All right, so here is our upcoming schedule, and it's brought to you by Hyundai. After this one,
Now we're just going into the breakfast food. So we just got done with the matchup.
Friday and Sunday, right here at Marquee Sports Network. Saturday on Big Fox, and then we're home. Come on out, Wrigley Field. Pirates.
And now we're into the food.
Orioles with their day on June 15th. The right side, Mancini. Terry Lane gets out of the way.
We kind of forget about the umpires sometimes. They seem to be, despite wearing black, they're like invisible. It's amazing.
Some of the Belgian style waffles and like the off, shoot options, they look very interesting. Like they look like they would be just as good, if not better. But I guess it just depends on where you get it and how good they are at making it. Like this one. See, everyone has been saying that, and I normally don't use that, but I know. I mean, I'm a big strawberry, even if it's artificial, like candy, drink, strawberry Fanta. Like I don't care if it's strawberry anything, ice cream, I'll eat it. I definitely, and I would assume the syrup is it Hershey strawberry syrup? I assume that's what it is. Oh, nice. That's awesome. They reproduced and they thrived and they're back. That's awesome. Heck yeah. Especially when you put in the time and the effort and then you get those results back, You put the love, into the project, and then you can end up, hopefully getting some results and getting some good returns.
Working in different action off of the hard fastball, so it cuts it, really diversified his usage.
Ohtani in the box. That's must-see TV. All right. We got chicken and waffles, and I got Ohtani in the box. 3-2 pitch. Got him. Wow. That was a rare strikeout. Last chance for the Cubbies. And then these look kind of interesting. So they have Belgian style, and then they have like American, and then they have like this this sourdough option. I think I've shown this one too, but this one is like the shape on these though. It's like when you look at like say standard pancake, right? It's like, you know, at home we make it, it tastes good. And then you see something like this and you're like, damn, my pancake never looked like that. Like that looks delicious to me, right? And then you get like your normal waffle style, which is amazing, right? And but then you get like the variation. And I can imagine some of the texture is going to be a little bit different. And obviously the toppings that they put on. Chicken and waffles. And then look at the sourdough options. Damn, dude. Like, I mean, I guess if you make it right, I mean, it's going to have that different flavor and whatnot. I don't know. I'm a connoisseur of the flavors. I like going to Flavor Town. I know you too, Chief. You know, Flavor Town is the best. Guy Fieri, man. You know what's another good one to watch is when Guy Fieri does the road trip with his friends, and then they go like in the Pacific Northwest from California to Washington, Oregon. He brings his kids and then all his friends and their family, and they do like games and ride go-karts, and then they have like you know, like camp out food, but they end up having like a 5-star, you know, kind of meal out when they're camping and whatnot. It's pretty cool. They've had one show that was a long time ago, and then they had another one that just happened recently. And then they did like a 2 or 3 episode thing of it. If you haven't seen that, I would recommend looking that up. It's pretty fucking good. Lots of cool things that they do, and the food is amazing. And they meet some pretty cool people out here in the Pacific Northwest too. Like there was one guy that they got like crab from, and got some like clam chowder or like lobster chowder type stuff. And then his like mom and like stepdad or dad and stepmom, like they fucking drowned. And so he's running the business and he's still young, like in his 20s. And then after the son got the stuff, told Guy about it. And then Guy invited him to come to be on the show and like to eat dinner with them and like play games and stuff. That was very cool. Like he didn't have to do that, but obviously, you know, you lose your family and shit. And, you know, how cool is that? You got to be able to make a name of yourself on the show. And then he actually fucking invited you to hang out. Like, cool dude. You know, I know sometimes people call him a dickhead in the media, and maybe he's not nice to everyone, but, you know, obviously with him and his family members and the people he's tight with, you know, there's a good side to him. He's not, you know, I know he gets hated on by the media from some people, but he's got a heart. He ain't all terrible if people think he's terrible. You know, not everyone is going to be nice. But I do like that show, and I like him. Really? Oh, I don't think I've seen that. Here's one s'mores waffle. Dude, lucky I have like little pizza, like breadstick stuff today. Because if I was looking at all this fucking food and wasn't able to eat, I would be getting crazy. S'mores waffle. Here's another version.
Short end in terms of, since the start of last year, second highest percentage of pitches outside the zone called strikes.
Oh, that one doesn't look too good. That was kind of crazy. They have like coconut option. That looks kind of good. A little different.
But you gotta really lay into it. Like you gotta really step into something.
It's shocking. The number was only 9%. It was a pretty it was a high number. So I don't know what you do with that as a hitter.
Stevens stumbling off the mound.
So what do we want to do? Do we want to stay on here for another just like 15 minutes and then just call it a day? Anything else that you guys want to see? I mean, we can end the stream at any point. I know Paisley's kind of getting antsy because we're over the 4-hour mark and whatnot. And obviously, Chief, you and Sarah and Cyberpunk coming through in the clutch means a lot. Obviously, things have been a little light, so it definitely will help. But also now I got to kind of figure out the whole card process. They're in the process with that. Sending that, and so when kind of like you have. You're just waiting on everything to get fully set up and whatnot. So, but it just feels good to at least have that option, and hopefully I'll be able to, figure that out in the next couple days. But if there's anything else that you guys specifically want to see and go that route, I'm thinking like 15 minutes would be good. And then unless we got more people coming in and then we went on some crazy dono train like in the past, then I wouldn't mind staying maybe a little bit longer if needed. But I'm thinking probably 15 minutes would be good. Unless someone comes in and we want to have a little combo. But you guys let me know. Angels 3, Cubs 1 final. Air Whitey, Cyberpunk, Chief, Sarah. Appreciate the donos and whatnot. Yeah. How much time do you got? Do you got another like 14 minutes before you have to go do stuff? You got a couple minutes to spare? Because like I said, that'll probably be a good time. And so, I mean, obviously I can go for as long as I need to go, besides obviously if someone needs to go to school. So usually the cutoff for me would be like 1 hour from now, but we're already at the 4-hour mark. And oh, it's all good. Yeah, but like I said, anything we want to do for food, last minute stuff, or anything that we want to see, we can keep going down the food train and whatnot. But I figured just try to get a little bit more time hanging out, and I do appreciate, all the support. It helps a lot, man. I'm gonna go crepes. I think we went pancakes and waffles. I think we're going a little crepes. I'm gonna go check up on Paisley here just to see she's not biting something or ripping something apart. Usually when she's being quiet, that's usually a telltale sign that maybe something's going on or she's sleeping or relaxing. So she usually is kind of better with me than others in the house. So
That sounds like a case you'd see on Judge Judy. On one side, you have the 2022
nachos. You took advantage of my nachos.
baseball's best. Meanwhile, Spencer Strider's in the running for the 2023 NL Cy Young Award. The 24
Yeah, Strider's played well.
and leads all major league qualifiers with a 14.6 strikeouts per 9 innings. Now, while the jury's still out on the next season.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, if we could we'll do another 12 minutes. You know how I like rounded numbers, like 4 hours, 30 minutes, 5 hours. I usually like just to do it at the 15, 30, 45. But typically, depending on where we're at, usually 30 minutes or the full hour, depending on where we're at. So, yeah, I had pizza tonight, too. Normally, I don't have pizza that often, but I bet Casey's is good. Holy shit, I just found a good crepe one. Like I saw this is one that we've seen before, but then I got this one. This one is nice. Oh, crepes, baby. I think it was just kind of a basic pizza. I think it was pepperoni sausage, nothing too crazy, and just with like some sticks, a little cheese stick action, bread stick action. I mean, like I said, if I'm spending my own money, I usually do combination pizza 9 times out of 10. And then every once in a while I'll do like a pineapple pizza with like Canadian bacon, or I'll flip it and I'll do like an all meat pizza. Sometimes I want like the pepperoni, the sausage, the salami, like everything meat, on there. But a lot of times I'm a big fan of like peppers and onion. So and I don't mind a little mushroom or whatever. So like if it's a combo pizza, I like Flavor Town. So it's like I can do cheese pizza, I can do pepperoni, I can do the meats. But if you do like 5 different meats, then the flavor comes out. Or if you do a combo pizza, I get a little bit of the sweet and the savory with the meat with savory, and then sweet with the green pepper and like the onion. And I don't know. I think green pepper and onion is amazing on pizza, like to be able to have that extra crunch, and it gives you a different flavor than the meat and the other stuff that you're eating with the cheese. So I don't know. Like I really like Round Table Pizza out here in the Pacific Northwest. It's kind of too expensive to order, really, and they don't have too many locations left. But that was the place that I would go to with my dad when I was young, and we would go in there, and they'd have Road Blasters, arcade machine, and the big pitchers for like soda or beer, and you get your little Pepsi or whatever in there, and yeah. And the pizza has still kind of the same taste as I remember as a kid. They haven't really changed it too much, so. Round Table Pizza, man. We do, man. Like I said, there's a lot of similarities, different background. We live in a different part of the country, but kind of think a very similar way. And I think it's just, we know what we like and what we don't like, right? And, like I said, especially if you have the same type of personality outside of sports, if you do watch similar things that I watch, I always try to give recommendations on things that maybe you haven't thought about watching, but maybe I've watched it because I watch everything, and I'll know which ones to give a recommendation on. And I know not everyone is going to like the same things as me, but I feel that a lot of the times it's not just the show itself, that it's the people that are in the show. So sometimes it may be something that you don't think that you would like, but you find out that the cast is awesome, and then you start to love the show and fall in love with the cast. It was kind of like that with me and Swamp People. Like LaMichael James is like Swamp People. And then I watched it from season 1, and now I've watched it for like, hell, I don't know how many years I've watched that. 10, 15 years or however long it's been on. So I always get excited when the new season comes through. So, and it's never about killing the gators at all. It's just the adventures that they have and whatnot. So did they? Nice. The crepes. Yeah. The most places don't even offer it, but when I go to the beach, they have a spot, like a pig and pancake, and then they have another place. But if you go to the coast here in Oregon, they got a pig and pancake, and they got all breakfast food, and there's always a line. And they usually have some bomb crepes. And what they do is that they have the crepes, and they stuff the sausage inside the crepe. So you get the sausage inside of the crepe, like baked in and whatnot. They have it in there. And then it takes the crepe to another level. So you can eat one with like strawberries and like syrups. And then when you like take a bite, you get the sweet and you get the savory because the sausage is in there. So Paisley. Paisley, I'm almost done. God, going to the river today, I have like all these bug bites now. I got one on the left side of my neck, the one on the right side of my neck, one behind the back of my head. But it's my spot. I have to go there. But obviously the bugs are coming out. It's good for the mental health. Yeah, Paisley goes crazy. But then I got to watch her because it's like a kid, I don't want her to keep eating grass, and because if she eats too much, she's going to get sick. But she's always on an adventure, always looking for something. the bug bites and the bees.
There's nobody covering forward. Marisnik scores. The Tigers tie the game at 1.
Yeah, and then I just binged Manifest, and then watched that. It's like one of the and then like I'm watching like Supernatural, and I think that was on for like 15 or 20 seasons. So sometimes you just got to be able to get into a show, and then you may not think that you're gonna like it, but sometimes when there's a lot of episodes and you end up watching a few of them, and sometimes you end up liking a show more than you ever thought you would. So I always try to keep an open mind on any network, on any show. Like I remember I watched like DC Legends, but then before that they had this show called iZombie, and I was like, I do like zombie stuff, and there's a little bit of cheesiness to it, but like it was good enough with the cast that I actually kind of fell in love with the show, and I like look forward to watching it every week. So it's like you never know, even on like stuff on WB and CW and like some of the lower networks, The Flash was another one. I knew that was going to be good, but I didn't realize it was going to be as good as it was. That was one of the best conversion to superhero shows, and it wasn't even on a major network. If you watch The Flash, was very, very good. I would recommend that. Yeah, seriously, that's why I have to be careful. There's like fishing line, or if there's other stuff around, like there's always time where it's like if she sees like food, like apple core, or there's others like Doritos, I have to like make sure I pull it out of her mouth, and other things like she's always on the go, so it's like I have to be very like as soon as if I don't look, she's gonna eat something fucked up, so I don't want her to get sick. And then now she's so spoiled, it's like every time anybody eats, she like posts up like right in front of you. It's like like we're watching TV and she's like right in your face. You know what I mean? Like you'll tell her to lay down, but then she'll just like look at you the whole time while you're eating and whatnot. She knows. And I try not to give her a whole lot of like, people food because it's not healthy for her, but a little bit of like, apples and veggie type stuff that's safe and whatnot, and, like treats and whatnot. So yeah, having a pup is like a full-time job of having a kid, like no lie. A lot of responsibility. All right, well, I'm going to go through the photos here one more time. Shout out to Cyberpunk coming through. Appreciate you very, very much. And like I said, if it wasn't for him towards the end of the month, last month, he definitely helped big time, from just being able to survive and whatnot, and is definitely doing big things. Chief always coming in here and helping. And like I said, sometimes, you'll do 1 to 5, which is totally fine. And then there'll be days like today where you'll do 20, 30, 40, 50. And it really does help. And I really do appreciate it. We definitely have been lacking with the mods as a group. So anytime we can get people to come through and, have good conversation, and then if they can help me out, it really does mean a lot. Sometimes we get a lot of people that help. Sometimes we get nobody. Or it's very, very minimal. And, especially when you put in so much hard work, it hurts a little bit, all the sacrifices that I've made, but I can't control, who's going to show up, who's going to donate, if YouTube, if they will even recommend my stream for the night or not. But, you just have to have faith that the right people will come through. And typically, 8 times or 9 times out of 10, it does work out. And, you might have a couple streams that are a little off, but, not a lot of people nowadays are streaming necessarily every day. And I just like to grind and work hard and build connections with you guys. And, it just feels good to be able to be appreciated, with all the time and effort that gets put in, because it's not like I'm being supported necessarily here. It's like a lot of times I'm in it in Oregon here, like by myself, like there, it's you would hope that you would get supported. Like my mom and my dad, they do support, you know what I mean? But not all my friends support, not all the people that are in my life support, so it definitely makes it a little bit more challenging. If you have people support you, it's a little bit easier, but as long as you believe in yourself, like with myself, I got to be able to keep it moving. And I appreciate you guys. Yeah, most puppies and dogs are. And then there was like, I was walking her, and then there was a girl that was walking home from school, and she said, "Oh, you have a cute puppy, cute dog." And then I told Paisley after that, and she smiled. So she understands certain words, she understands, certain, and it's not just like the basic words like food or treat or squirrel, She gets a little bit more on the vocabulary, but definitely got to be able to like not have like underwear or socks or certain things on the floor, because she will attempt to swallow and eat some of these things. And, she's barfed up, back in the day, like a sock and stuff. And it's like, if I'm around her, we're good. But if I'm not around her and other people are watching, who knows what will happen. So definitely need to keep up on that. Well, I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you so much for coming through. You guys are the best. And we'll be back tomorrow. I don't have Apple TV per se yet, but I would like to do the Mariner game tomorrow, but it is only on Apple TV. But if I get a link from my buddy, or if I get the Apple account, then we'll figure that out. And then if not, maybe we'll do a freestyle stream, or I'll find some other baseball game to do on MLB Network or something, and we'll end up doing that. So, I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Shout out to Sarah, Chief, Air, appreciate you, and Chief and Sarah and Cyberpunk, all you guys that donated, and obviously not JT came in here a little bit late. Appreciate you. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you for coming in the clutch for me. Like I said, sometimes when we do a stream in the first couple hours, it doesn't look like it's going to end very well, but a lot of times we'll have people show up a little late, either after the event is over or close to when it's over, and then we can hang out then. So I appreciate you guys very, very much. Let me update this real quick. Vegas lead the series 2-1. Panthers win. Final score in overtime, Florida 3, Vegas 2. Stanley Cup Finals go back to Game 4. We'll see if Florida can tie up the series. You guys are the best. I love you, and I appreciate you. Shout out to everyone that donated, commented, helped me on the Twitter. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.